Almost shifting, we got pizza, moving boxes, or else checkers beats us. Life is rough here in the depths of space. If shit set comes a knocking, we shoot them in the face. Gun cargo, gun cargo. Gun cargo, gun cargo, hail cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo. All right, I got another verse. I hear a boy coming right in my instant. And it just asks me why I blew them all away. But I feel so great now with sovereign Cargonia. Every round we stand our ground. Gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo. Gun cargo, 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 hail cargonia, gun cargo. Gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo, gun cargo.
Get back to work.
Alrighty, let's get to endgame Rogue Trader. So, Marazi wants us to go down here. Fucking hell, I gotta level him up. Alright, who'd you kick out? You kicked out Pasquale. No, I need Pasquale. Also, Chorda, you're there. Alright, so we are at 48. Now we are at 49. Perception. Alright. defense, ramming, speed. Exquisitive. Deadly. Swift. Fainting. Perception. Perfection. Huh. I want you to have that. There you go. You are now completely leveled up. Oh, there's a lot of blood. Blood dripping, practically exploded. Fun. Gives off
Follow my lead.
chemical
I need to point it out for you.
What a shame.
I am at your service. Let me help. I stand in recognition. Let's patch you up.
Ministration is a holy task.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I can see bright colors again.
Gaping wound under the armor. Not just killed, his insides were turned into paste.
My warp sight reveals something.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I did it? I beg your pardon?
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on tactics.
House Orselio thanks you.
What advice do you seek? Let's patch you up.
I'm grateful.
Alright. I'm gonna be completely honest, Samurai. I don't know much about the old lore of 40k. Cableite Warrior. You. Marzai, you're alive. Doubt my ability to survive after I managed to escape the Dark City? You should not. I've been fighting for a long time. Have your ordeal for Jakari. Protracted battles in real space require particular dedication and ferocity. Strange. What is strange? You cannot see it, but the very battlefield is strange. Clashes between cabals are different than raids on monkey worlds. I can draw attack vectors in my head as much as I want. picture squad locations and so on, but nothing, it does not make sense. Nothing makes sense. Reaving Tempest is not feuding with the Black Heart. What if they joined forces for reasons that elude me? Then everything points to the fact that these warriors from my cabal were not killed in battle, but butchered like cattle after being brought to the front lines. What happened? Destroying one another, going insane since we left Cormorant, and hoping to find carnage, killing enemies, or each other, it does not matter. You suffer as I have suffered, driven insane by the voice of Cylon Thresh. In real space, it can only be drowned out by whistling of blades and the moans of the dying. I am... This one was already drained. Let's find another, someone full of pain and vitality.
A new challenge for me.
Stop! There!
Loot that body.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let me help.
House Orselio thanks you.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, hey, look. Target-rich environment. Your car look foreign against the backdrop of the gorge. Long Balak figures that watch you closely and grip their weapons. Warriors of the Reaving Tempest are tracking your every move, ready for anything. A warm welcome, but I can feel their fear. It's a good sign. The Archon. You know the Archon with the golden mask, the figure who presided over your fake inquisitorial trial, emerges from the haze of anguished memory shrouded in parasite-induced gloom. Archon of the Black Heart, in the flesh, what a surprise. Well, Rogue Trader, why are we wasting our time when all our targets are out in the open? Give the order! You came, foolish whelp. Kirill is not lying when he claimed you would be stupid enough or brazen enough to show yourself before the Reaving Tempest again. Or rather, he knew before the new ranks of the Black Heart. Who's that? Sinostra-elect succubus of the cult of Fatal Thirst that ruled the arena. It was she who suggested I join the blood-stained proselytes instead of decorating her chambers with my innards. My rebellious toy. Did you honestly think your ridiculous escape from the cult that had graciously given you refuge would be forgiven, would you? What are all these leaders doing here? Indeed. What is a great Archon and his pet succubus doing here? I have come to teach you a lesson, well, to make an example out of you in the presence of the rest of your cabal, which the Black Heart has graciously accepted into their ranks. Something familiar about his face and movement until you understand that you have seen lurching gestures, same twitching in his eye after he withered and was driven insane by the unceasing whispers of the warp. It seems the Archon spent too long in real space. So the remains of the Reaving Tempest have joined a different cabal. You have spoiled your pet. But dare speak in the presence of Eldari. You could have at least sewn its mouth shut so as to not offend your ears with its ceaseless yapping. The Aziriesh betrayed and offended their cabal, one by her weakness and irreverence, and the other by his pathetic performing at the Obsidian Court in an alliance with the monkey. The one to call oneself the Reaving Tempest these days is to be dishonored. Its former members may pass into death or into servitude to a different master. Nazaraki granted his favor to the scum who once served Aziriesh. Gave him the privilege of joining the Black Heart, the greatest cabal in glorious Cormorant, but only if they tracked down and brought the last surviving member of the former Archon's line, last living Aziriesh. Your former warriors have done their part, though not without assistance from the witches of the Fatal Thirst. But that is no reason to deny them credits. He is clutching his fists. You are not planning to overthrow Eumeris. You did not plan to make me the new Archon. From the beginning, you only wanted to destroy my cabal. The Reaving Tempest is such a grand name for a pile of rubbish led by a haughty bitch. Sniveling wretch thought she could bend the laws of Cormorant to extract the cabal from the protection of the Black Heart. No one rejects our favor without consequence. I had just begun planning raids on the Spire, when who should come to me? You, the cabal's Dracon, who longed to regain the favor of the Black Heart. You begged for an alliance to bolster the favor, bolster the loyalty, pledged your allegiance. I confess, for a moment I was entertained. I even entertained the thought of installing you as Archon. But that moment melted away at the thought of tearing the Reaving Tempest apart from the inside without having to lift a finger. You were the one to suggest to hold a fake trial for Eumeris. No matter the outcome, you promised to condemn her in the name of the Black Heart. Your voice being second only to that of Vect himself. You let me set the stage with your own hands, and then you delivered the verdict, stripping Reaving Tempest of its Dracon and showing others that the Cabal had made a mistake and grown weak. Do I understand correctly that one Xenos gang devoured another Xenos gang just to indulge in the maniacal whims of one Xenos ringleader? This is a very human noble house problem. What about Nocturne? What part did he play? He does not know. The Archon of the Black Heart does not have the slightest idea what the Aberdonian was doing at his little trial. You forget yourself. He's angry. Oh, he's angry. He spoke him with a stick. So the Reaving Tempest was doomed from the start. The outcome was known long before the story began. One Azirish brought wrath upon the Black Heart, upon her cabal. The other became the first pillar to fall to my command. And now the remnants of the Cabalites, the loyal Vect, will put an end to the history of the Cabal. They brought me to you, and they will drag you back to Cormorant in chains. Are in no hurry to carry out the will of their new patron. You know, it seems the arrival has made some turncoats quit. You claim all the work was done for you, Xenos, but then why are you still behaving as though you've been stuck in real space too long? Blink's confusion, tilts his head and lets out a chuckle. By sun's light, you're not wrong. You are withered. What happened? Why did the mighty Archon of the Black Heart not remain lurking in the webway, but instead choose to crawl out into the hunting grounds? Has he been driven out? In other words, Ziriash, and your fortune torment will multiply 100. Who are you to interrupt me, outcast? You, head of the Obsidian Court, are too old and decrepit to risk wasting your life force out in real space. And yet here you are, Nazareki, because of a lowly gladiator from the arena, or perhaps because the Cabalite who escaped the Dark City with his life in spite of your sentence, who thus made a mockery of Vex Cabal. You have been cast out of Cormorant until you correct your blunder. Everybody catches that. Well, meat. How does it feel to be the attack dogs of an Archon who has fallen out of favor of Vect himself? How long have you been kept here, huddled together with your crumbling overseer? Do you still believe they will not feed you to Silan Thresh when you are no longer needed? Most likely along Nazreki. Even I can clearly see. Yeah, okay. Hey, look. I'm an ignorant monkey, and even I can see that this is dumb. Alright, we'll do that one. What? How cunning, the rabble can be fed to an angry harlequins, and you can reap the fruits of their labors. Mad servants have allied themselves with the Zuriash. That is enough. Your life was spared for a purpose. It's time to fulfill it. Enough groveling before the doom. Better to die free and on my own terms than to remain a dead man's plaything. Vect will not forgive those who challenge the Black Heart. Vect will not care about a massacre with no survivors. Have at them, sisters and brothers.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy. Do not plead for swift death.
This is going to be fun. Hello, Grimos.
I will tear your heart out for this.
Burn,
Isn't this a
baby,
job for the
burn.
sun? The fury of House Orselio. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may?
High momentum.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Alright, setting up.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'll paint your death in colors.
That is not the Emperor's whim. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Rejoice in battle!
Argenta.
Faith
Go
without
Bert.
deeds is...
Hey, only I get extra turns.
Another foe painted black.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it.
As duty demands. Another foe painted black.
Doubt is for the weak.
Try to die with grace, at least.
As the Emperor commands.
Hear her whisper.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. Doubt is for the weak.
Me. Another foe painted black.
How how did she just murderize him in look into my eyes and descend into the warp? What? Okay.
Is here. Oblivion approaches. I will be your undoing!
Ah,
As the
There
Emperor
we go.
commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's
yay! Who else dares question my right? No, Archon, the Azirish family, has been chosen to lead the Cabal. You think he could return? Archon Ramirez, Archon Nazraki, the Cult of Fatal Thirst, they are compelling reasons to make anyone doubt the Azirish, or wish to hinder this line bite their tongues, lest they become the next victims. Compelling enough to force Gormra into accepting. You're not going anywhere until we, in terms of our deal, yes, I remember. You still have plenty of enemies in need of my personal attention. You must act swiftly, gather survivors, go to Cormorant, find those along to Tempest, eliminate traitors and renegades, find a weak cabal, be consumed, and start preparations for day. When I return, we will strike. What, you're not coming with us? You're going to stay with? Patience, my pet. Concentrate on your duties, and I will be back with you before you know it. Carried out. Follows, you can tell that she cannot bear to leave so many enemies of humanity walk away. I have enough of this rock. Let's go back to your ship. You and I will have a talk. None of them had a turn. None of those Xenos had a turn. I call that combat efficiency.
It's about time.
Huh. Inventory, accessories. What do you have? Undying range. So many cloaks. It's fine.
Victory awaits.
Oh. Hello. Give me the goods. Alright, let's have a conversation here, buddy.
Rogue Trader.
Finally dealt with your enemy, what now?
This concept of next is useless here. When the time comes, I will return to Kamara and claim the Archon's throne, the seat that is mine by right. But for now I will remain here by your side. I sense much blood and suffering to come. It would be a shame for me to miss it.
Alright.
Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
Well. I can't do contracts because I'm out of contact with everybody. Lovely. Itchy eyeballs. Tired combined with just a smack of allergies. Did we not chart the system?
Follow my lead.
Alrighty, we've got a Flamer and Phantom Killer. Ah, very nice. I don't know why I didn't see that, but saw the
I'll lay claim to the
loot
stars.
thing. Is it just the consequence of us being out in uncharted space that these question marks are not going away? That makes sense. Okay, now they're explored. Lovely. Ugh. Oh, hey, look at that hexagon. Under thin clouds is a shredded by careless blade vast steps carpeted with pale gold deadwood. Our traders attentify, distinguish your region from the endless grasses that does not fit with the general landscape. Scouts and shuttle see intelligent life, judging from the trampled soil and tent frames. Someone may camp here. Distant silhouettes and tangled past obstacles make a maze. The outer walls are supplemented with multiple spikes and blades, decorated scraps of leather, and withered, crucified prisoners. It does not take an expert in xenoculture to reason Yukari have been here. Search the camp. Tracks left by the Jukari structures. Find items on Pyramid, blood-soaked clothes, and an Aquila. Data slate cracked in half. Gothic letters and symbols on the Inquisition are frozen on the bottom half. These sentence fragments make up part of an exploration report. Servants find a rough illustration from the camp in the pocket of a filthy coat. On it are two locations. First is shown with sword and highlights the area where items were found. The other is skull and points patch of ground by the maze. Find out what the plate marked by the skull. Carefully inspect every piece of land in the marked area and discover a camouflage pit studded with strong thin needles and a niche stuck in the wall. A trap glitters a volumetric flask with an ugly creature that looks like several brains stuck together. Analyze. Recognize a grotesque feature as a Yukari Medusa, parasite capable of motions and transferring them to the masters. This thing was left here as equivalent of a picked quarter collecting suffering. Destroy it. Destroy it. Continue exploring. Deep prints belonging to landing legs on a ladder are visible in the grass beyond the maze. Relative positions and recesses correspond with the design of Imperial Shuttle when the Von Valancia Scouts approach. Find a wax shield bearing the symbol of the Inquisition and a monogram formed by XC. Officer voices the proposition that the initials correspond to Calcazar. Search for other objects. Find a bunch of stuff. Okay, lovely. Burn away all Xenos presence. Yay! Incident on the flight deck. Planet we discovered location of interest to Ulfar. The moment you learned about it, he chose to abandon ship. He ordered a shuttle to be provided to him. Go to the world below us. We do not know exactly where he wishes to go. Biockers have tracked the shuttle. He stole a shuttle. How did this happen? Simply shut up on deck, drove the enforcers away, and demanded he granted clearance for a takeoff. Servants became frightened and dared not disobey him. Why have I not been notified? He forbade it. Did not dare defy. I am sorry. Execute the... I see. Apologize and bring this to you. Scouting planet fall in the freezing world. Shuttle on which Ulfar departed. Such shuttle is found at landing site intact and undamaged. Examine. The machine spirit is in line and ready to ascend. No clues have been found. Intended destination. Scout the area. Burial grounds of xenorays and solar systems. All of which are now encased in ice and solemn sepulchral stillness. No signs of activity. Follow. We too shall follow. The group bravely ventures. Excuse me. Into the realm of blinding white and crackling frost. The sky soon blanketed with snow clouds that block out the star's light. The wind, howling like a pack of hungry spirits, sweeps away all tracks and whips up a furious storm. The path is full of dangers. A treacherous crevice under a snow's crust suddenly opens wide beneath the feet. Only the vigilance of the Lord Captain and his companions. You hear the telltale crack in time. Save the soldiers. A few hours later comes a plateau. Rising ahead is the dark hull of an Imperial trading vessel that once landed on the surface. Look for Ulfar. He was here and recently. However, he was not alone. Strange ships. Someone was watching this ship from a position buried in the snow. At the same time, Ulfar was looking for it. Escalating storm trying to bury in darkness. Get to the ship. Watchful sentries stand guard and more fortunate stuff themselves and now frozen rations. Temperature inacceptably plummets, but the brave enforcers staunchly endure the trial and do not lose heart. One of the sentries delivers an anxious report. He has seen a massive shadow and is definitely not. Light a fire. Frozen Promethium, reluctant to light, but it does. Hello, Captain Hillian. How are we doing? Hello. Thank you for showing up to the BPL. Hey, no worries, man. We get it. Double the sentries. Cannot conceal their fare. Terrible rumbling cuts through the storm. Clash, clamor of battle. Agonized stream. Remain at the ship. Carefully lead the group in the direction from which the battle heard. Move forward. Soon reveal. It's found line. Ah! It's born to this home. Waste no time broadcast shit. Ulfar, did you survive? Abelard, introduce the captain. What's up, Digi? That was Ulfar. He is feeling better. Ship's surgeon. Amazing zones. Ulfar is currently convalescing in his chambers. Escort me. Wow, this is certainly a bedroom here, bud. Ulfar's dark figure towers over you, has lowered his hair, is hanging in a curtain on his face. Fair skin is cross-hatched with broad crimson scars held together by metal staples. Covered with black spiked runes of physical healing. Could an ordinary mortal have survived such injuries? Unlikely. Richard Vengers bids the two servants in attendance step away so as not to intrude. Adventure, I must thank you for saving me. I had a difficult battle. I thank the Emperor that he did not take you from us to join his heavenly host, my lord. I always survive. Why did you decide to go to that world alone? So I did not have to bury your body in the snow. It was not out of arrogance that the wolves do not allow mortals into our affairs, but because the burden of those deeds are heavy and they reek of death. Just consider what kind of threat you could have been facing. In a place where an entire pack of Astartes disappears, if I risked you for the sake of fulfilling my vows, would that have been worthy of me? I appreciate that. We fight together, do not forget. You and I are different. Your way is to rule and build, while mine is to destroy and chase down prey. Such is the Allfather's plan, and in that plan, my death on the battlefield is an unexpected and joyous event, while your death would be premature, sorrowful, and damaging to many other lives. Did you find traces of your brothers? Vessels I found, the revelation granted was one of them. That was them. There's signs that wolf scouts leave their brothers. The baleful howl landed the ship on the surface and left, and the rest of the crew disappeared. I followed my brother's trail until an unknown foe blocked my path. Battle ensued. What foe was capable of besting you in combat? Your runes were terrifying. An evil spirit attacked me from behind and wounded me instantly. Gruesome scar. Strike clearly intended for one of the space wolf's two hearts. Wound gives off a strong medicinal smell, but not one you rank by probably a Fenrisian balm brewed by Ulfar. Your healers would faint after one whiff. Hell yeah, Digi! Snow covered my eyes, and all I could make out was a shadow, but it moved too fast, and it was strong. The Allfather's gift had not knitted my ribs into a hard carapace. That blow would have been my last. Seems your pack led the entire crew to their deaths. Do not blame us for what we are. Death always claims to warriors of the Allfather, and we are not fated for no deeds other than those accomplished in the jaws. I see. You are not here to just... You seem more somber. By the bitter paths comes wisdom, in wake of bloody losses, shattered dreams, heavy thoughts weighing. On its broad shoulders, it enters unbidden, and takes a seat by your heart. Son of a bitch. Have you been thinking about your life? About the future? Have you ever wondered what it means to be an Astartes? To know no other family than your brothers in battle? To know no other feast but the joy of slaying your enemies and extolling your fallen comrades? To know with certainty that your death will be terrible, brutal, and agonizing. For time holds no sway over us, and no warrior of the All-Father has ever breathed his last in a soft bed. Death holds no fear to us. You have been eating at the same table since day one. Perhaps something good awaits. When the wolf priest tested me, I went to the gates of Mordecai, a dark place where real space and the thoughts of the great wolves intertwine like the tentacles of a kraken. Everyone who appears before the gates is granted vision. Mine was a dark omen. I saw myself in two guises, one as white as the moon, the other as black as the lowering sky. And they were locked in combat. Inside you are two wolves. As for which me and Ver emerged victorious, it was hidden from sight. But that's not what frightened me. The Black Wolf's gaze was fearsome, full of pain that he could, full of more pain than he could ever inflict on himself. Ah! Inside of you are two wolves. Both of them are Moon. Inside you are two wolves. The machine spirit expresses regret for the teleportation beacon malfunction. It drove him mad, turning him into a monster. As dark as he appears, I recognize myself in him. After all, I was made for destruction, torment, annihilation. I am the more agile monster. Does that mean that? Design. I must drink this cup of pain to the bottom in order to fill his plan? I do not know. Why are there no rhymes in your songs? Rhymes are empty frippery. A saga must be alive. If the words happen to fall into a rhyme, well, that is grand. But to make your whole story fit neatly into such a pattern, you must either twist the truth in the service of beauty or live your life for the sake of a rhyme. Neither is to a wolf's liking. Our sagas are voices sounding through eternity. When we hear them, we do not hear stories. We hear the tellers speaking their words to us now. Do you still believe you'll find them? I will find them. Probably not alive, but I will find them. Thank you. You have a right to them. I am pleased that my servants found a fitting shrine for your armor. The splendor and monumentality of the chamber befit the solemnity of the sacrament unfolding within. As if performing an intricate dance, the servants of the Omnissiah move in time with murmuring mechanisms, circling the massive space wolf while he stands utterly still. Sense of sacred incense fills the air, giving the sense that one is witnessing a great ritual. Astartes needs very little. A cell and a table where I can perform the purifying rite on my weapon, that's all I require. But to keep my armor, the armor bestowed upon me by the All-Father in some shabby cubicle would be sacrilege. This chamber will do well for the vesting ceremony. There is good plasteel beneath this rich decoration and gilding. Yes, I am satisfied. Get quoted, Night Owl. What are my servants doing? It's time for me to don my skin again. Shirks wearily, his body giving off heat and animal scent. One of the servants opens a casket containing a contact unguent. It will be used to anoint each of the black carapace's neural ports, mirroring the wolf's skin. The sacred augment seamlessly fuses Ulfar's body with his armor and every fiber bundle of it. What will you do now? I must return. My foe awaits me. Yeah, okay, yeah, you misspelled quote. It would be dishonorable to retreat from it, but I will need help in the fighting. You can count on me. I know. Skin of the wild beast conjures up images of bloody battle between one that now wears and the creature from whom it was taken. Resplendent armor of the Emperor's Angel, which was more than one battle and taken more than one ferocious blow in its centuries of service. Medium 3. Battle package repository, the mighty machine spirit that supplies the Space Marine's armor with the motive force. Efforts ensure that the heavy armor does not burn the wearer, but rather multiplies the strength and endurance 100-fold. Ulfar standing on a dais beneath the gilded vaults resembles a cast metal statue of a space marine as seen adorning many temples. All that is missing is the armor. Sensing a test not yet complete, mechadendrite tentacles descend from the ceiling towards the wolf, preparing to begin the sacrament of vesting. Why is Pascal's servo skull swarm here? Yeesh, there it is. It's cold down here. He can lift a couple of tons, right? Oh. Okay. We're going to go back to the planet we just left.
I won't tolerate weakness.
We should deal with this.
Was that supposed to be a challenge?
Astartes power sword and a Melta. Oh, wow. Melt a pistol. Rebby! Nice flag. Have a nice stream. Thank you, thank you.
Centuries of service
Dad
and practice.
likes the 48-star flag, so he got a 48-star flag. The scouts discovered Ulfar's body here. Bodies of uniformed Imperial scouts have been scattered.
It's about time.
Tracks of serious enemy. Almost a few spaces have been.
Let us see what I found.
The Emperor favors me today.
I'd be cold in the ground before I recognize the state of Missouri.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Never doubt me.
None
I don't think
shall
Florida
stand in my
recognizes
way.
itself.
What is that?
Cast your eye there. Duty prevails. The Emperor favors me today.
Oh, my. Hello. My brothers. Bows over the bodies. Once again, fate has barred me from traveling to the hall of our father with my brothers. Reveals little, but it's clear the wolves created furious battle one last time. Pitted with bolter strikes, and you can see scorch marks. Who were they fighting? I smell no corruption, no trace of Xenos. They did battle with humans. What do you think they were looking for? I do not know what they were seeking, but they certainly found someone. Otherwise this crime would not have been committed. They met their doom with honor. True enough. No one would dare say that the baleful howl would stare into the eyes of Mordecai with anything but joyful awe and fire in their hearts. I sense evil in their deaths. The souls of the are not at rest, but remain here on the battlefield. They are not with the All-Father. I must escort them to him. Will you bear witness to the last honor? What are you going to do? I'll sing their sagas so that the world remembers who they were. Then the flames will take the bodies and will drink to the memory of my pack to ease their march to return them to Fenris. There's no point now if they had died recently, and if I were a wolf priest, I would have armed myself with the Fang Mordecai, drafted their progenoids, the implants containing the memory of the All-Father's blood. On Fenris, they would have been transplanted into young wolves, and the valor of my fathers would have lived on in them. But their bodies have lain here too long. so they should simply be given to the flames to protect them against scavengers and unworthy hands. I know you are a man of curiosity, but do not think about performing the sacrament of harvesting my brother's bodies. It is forbidden to you. This unit has no intention of assisting a pack of murderous beasts. Why me? Our saga has long become one, and tradition bids that the burial be witnessed by another clan member, not an outsider. I have no one closer than you here. I shall bear witness to their final honor. Knife inscribed with runes, picking up a rock from around. You can scratch the rock's sharp edge across the blade. Hear now the saga of the baleful Howl Pack. Proud warriors of Fenris, Vilka, Frenka. Verses weave together, recounting the deeds of each of Ulfar's dead brothers. With incredible precision in every detail, the wolf lists the accomplishments of his comrades, the enemies they slew, and the sacrifices they made. The saga continues at length, and the relentless rhythm sends you into a trance. The grinding screech of the rock is drawn across the blade again, describing the name of another. On the cold world they gave battle. The pack's fierce name never disgraced them. So ends the saga of the baleful howl, and the void thunders with echo unyielding. Fenris Yolda. Silent for a long time, the etched knife blade slices across his huge palm, scarlet drops painting the snow. Hear my oath, all father. Jeglathura Agjima. With his bloody hand, removes the rune-covered horn from his belt, from his flask, and pours something dark and sharp-smelling. Let us drink to my brothers, Advetter. Then we'll build the pyre. What oath did you just swear? Oldest oath on Fenris. It translates, I will avenge, or I will be forsaken. What is that? Usually Mjord, but I'll have to settle for something I made myself. A few poisonous herbs from Janus, some rare toxins from Footfall. Maybe this brew will overcome the physical might of an Astartes. How I wish that my omen would prove a lie, and that my libation would sour with everything we tasted. Except the horn. Feast well.
Ha!
The astringent burns your throat, and the fog immediately sends your sky darkens, and the rising wind whistles through your ears. Through it comes the high-pitched cawing of a bird, nods in approving. It is a sign. Fate walks beside us. Skull. And back his horn, a mighty swallow of the stuff. Oh, look at... Hello. Majestic shadows rise from the snowy haze around you. Figures of warriors clad in indestructible armor, bearing an emblem of two black fangs piercing the yellow sun. They are looking at you. My brothers bear witness, which means it is time for us to meet my last comrade. What comrade? There was one missing among the dead, and I know who I was fighting before. It was Brother Inglyph. What happened to him? He went mad with grief over the bodies of his brothers, and the curse of Wolfen prevailed over his valiant heart. He became a beast. Is he dangerous, or will you be able to reason with him? There's no reasoning with one who knows only the black bitterness of hatred. The curse of Wolfen is not only our bane, but also our shield against temptation. When intolerable thoughts take shelter in a wolf's mind, the curse comes and drives them out, dousing them with waters of anger. You cannot reason with a wolfen, or deceive him or entice him. That is our bloody talisman against evil. What are we going to do with him? Corruption is washed away with blood. We will cleanse his spirit, and there is no hope for his body now. None return from the curse's embrace. Kalkazar once encountered another of my brothers who had also become a wolfen, captured him and brought him to Fenris. That is the debt we came here to pay. but we have no way of doing what Kalkasar did, so we will grant Brother Inglyph peace. You see, there's his head and howls. When he turns its wise, piercing gaze, blood rains down from the world. Where do you intend to look for him? He will come. Toothy grin is the only response you receive. You see his fangs lengthening before your eyes. Is he laughing at you, or the feral moon suspended in the sky? Let's do this. Whipping up snowdrifts of frightened whirlwinds. Someone's feet, no paws, come breaking through the crust of snow. The beast now comes. Cruel howl awakens the fallen warriors of Fenris. Fenris thirsts for vengeance.
I'll see you terminated!
I smell the prey.
Integrity. I am very far into the late game. Noble rogue trader who makes everyone else fight better.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
We'll get used to it, sister.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, you, my Emperor. This is unacceptable.
Yes, I did. May or may not have a fish wife. Also, somehow
That
I
is not the
accidentally
Emperor's will.
into romance
was
with
chosen.
Cathella,
I'll do it.
and I decided
I
that
refuse.
while I was messing
Faith
around
without
with
deeds is none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Toy Box to fix a problem, And that problem was I got the Lex Imperialis DLC before or after I left Cormorra, which is where you get the Adeptus Sororitas helmet. So I gave myself that helmet. And I'm just like, what if I just turn jealousy off?
As the Emperor commands. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, is why I was chosen. I'll do it. You, my Emperor. Faith without deeds is... I will not.
Night Owl, I didn't accidentally a harem, I on purposed one.
If I may. In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
That is not the Emperor's will. I'll do it. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire.
Duty demands.
Doubt is for the weak.
Another bird painted
I
black.
refuse. I'll do it.
Why? Oh, come on. Let me fight this thing instead of having to do a battle. My verses you will hear, glorious brothers of the path of Ulfar, called Thunderlung from the first, and the last wolf of the baleful How. Are intertwined. I'm a rogue trader. I need to expand my dynasty. So why limit myself to one when it is a well-known historical noble fact that more children equals better dynasties, right? Perhaps we should call the Habsburgs up about this. Over his brother's cold body standing, Ulfar, the hard-armed, proclaimed. To the sky their glorious sagas, and his last homage paid. To those warriors proud, as his witness taking, his companion of the line of von Valancius. The blizzard was raging, the wind furiously howling, as under the terrible clawed paw, the snow crunched in the dead light of the moon. Strange to human eyes, a beast long for bristling, of death reeking on the circles. Steps. His retinue to his aid, the roacher. The Allfather's call to summoned battle against the beast. You do not fear to meet me, perfidious spirits. Who the name Doppelgrendel claims. I see you have not learned from the last battle, though you have paid for it with a gouged eye. Spoke Ulfar Thunderlung. The beast replied, of your spoils you boasted to the priest in vain, Ulfar Everlost. My body alone you wounded, but your spirit I maimed and your word crippled. It's for Advetur to speak. Enough words have been spoken. The power of the word spewed from the beast's mouth, grinning. The cry of the wild hunt, the embittered souls hearkened. Out of snow and wind, wolves' bodies were woven. For the warriors who died, an unclean death, the unavenged, evil never forgetting. Their ice fangs gnashing, they approached into the rolling sky howling. The first brother by Ulfar was vanquished. With the second he clashed. And then the laugh booming, the heavens were split by the formidable Ulfar, his battle friends guarding. With a mighty wrench the wolf's jaws he tore, opening them wide, the evil charms banishing. With dignity was met each brutal strike, and with savagery was slain each deadly foe. The pack was defeated. Wow, I am useless without my retinue. But the beast is not yet vanquished, roaring his spine into the fray. Like a mighty spear thrust, howling, his claws cut through the adamantine. The warriors fought, the river of blood spilling, Thunderlung, his battle song singing, the black curse, his vicious rival echoing. Oh, son of a bitch. I've heard about the Raven Guard, and they have a penchant for acquiring things from other legions that that the Legion didn't even know A, they were supposed to have, B, was missing, C, how the Raven Guard actually got it. Raven Guard. Too many ravens. Ulfar held no fear that his body broadly sweeping. His ally would catch the glancing blow. He fought mercilessly, his heavy swings, scribing scarlet runes upon the snow. Whose needs the beast fell, and suddenly, around his grey lips, a smile played of guile and fear. Upon the Advetur fell Wolf's fiery gaze. By the power of icy Fenris, I do curse you. If you look to the past, you'll see only deceit. If you look to the future, you shall see only treachery. A false friend's dagger shall open your breast. The arrows of deceit wrought shall pierce your back. Spoke the spirit, born in sorrow, the Advetur cursing. In the bloody wound the Advetur spied. His breast was cut, His heart was quiet, and Advetter's death had caught him unawares. A daring song burst forth, death on the battlefield extolling. The heat of these words, the Advetter's heart inflamed, the spirit's fatal vision banishing. Glory to brave hearts, I fear not death. Its death roused Doppelgrendel answered, Brother, we are doomed, but not by archenemy followers, or by descriptible inhumans who do not touch our armor, nor with dark sorcery. It was humans, such friendships who swore, that plunged the blade into our back, in their treacherous plot and malice hatched. So the spirit then self silent. Noble wolf bodies fleeing. The pair stood together over the prostrate body. Body of not a beast, but a brave fallen brother. The fearsome Ulfar declared an oath of vengeance to the mighty wolves. To Caligra went charging. They went knowing that their betrayers 3 times the blood price would be extracted. The Advetter also his speak had spoke. The honor of Fenris you have defended. All my brothers, the All-Father's hall entering, will boldly tell in death they have not been forgotten. With a joyous roar, these words they will answer, for they surely mean the fierce Fenris still stands. Ulfar's mighty word was spoken, a funeral dirge was sung, his brother's weary body, cursed by grief from his carapace, was freed and laid upon the pyre. The old spinners weave the word thread cruelly, no inquiries or entreaties accepting. Ulfar Sunderland cast his gaze and clearly beheld the end of this trial. And so ended the saga of the Baleful Howl. May the Black Mane guide them to Kjalhalla. Only one was not yet claimed by Mordecai the Dark-Hearted. Ulfar Thunderlung stood stalwart upon the ground. Too stubborn for death was this rebellious wolf, too hot to be seized by the chill of the grave. His brothers praising, he raised his deadly Fenris stands, so there will be many yet to slay. Glory to the fierce wolf, son of Fenris. Let us remember, brothers, the baleful howl, daring hunters, fierce fighters, troublemakers without equal. Let us glorify their exploits and glorify their fall. With the honor of these wolves gone to Kjalhalla. Let us remember the mighty brother Ulfar, who did not abandon his pack on the snowy waste. Let us remember the traitor of the von Valancius line, he whose name is known and honored on Fenris. Let us raise our cups and cry in the face of Hellwinter's gale, Father, we still live. Fenris hold ya. Well, that was a lot. I do not need plasteel. At all. Holy hell do I not need plasteel. Starmute, I also don't have any extractariums. I have 70 plasteel.
Bleed them! Leave the hull strewn across the stars. Torpedoes. Onward. Another salvo! Leave their hull strewn across the stars! Macro cannons, fully!
Ha ha! I love having a fleet of ships at my command like this. That's a lot of fire there, buddy. And you go after the Heartless. Perhaps the hardest to hit ship in this entire board. Oi! Don't you hit my sword class frigate. I have heard that it is very good.
Lay in the course. Unleash our... Fire the last batteries. Another salvo! Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
Like, damn it, guys, you gotta stop that reanimation bullshit. Hey, what's going on, Mo? Heartless is literally the GOAT here in ship combat.
Another salvo! This one's going down. Macro cannon, volley!
Nice. No, I had entirely too much plasteel. I have not enough ways to spend it. From Castle, okay. Alright. Puzzled auger operator reports dispatcher shuttle belonging to the Von Blast on markings it is assigned to your vessel. Operator also states the entrance was spotted next to the shuttle. Full report on the shuttle. And, expeditionary shuttle number 712 has been designated irretrievably lost for many years. Information about the circumstances of its disappearance is suspiciously sparse, as if someone deliberately erased it from the crumbs of information that remain. You gather that it was sent to explore some object of unknown world on order of Lord Captain and never returned. Explore the tunnels. It shows bird halfway in sand. Von Vance's gunner is practically erased from the side. Shuttle has clearly been here for some time. Next to the shuttle, you find crates of equipment, which on which one can just barely make out the emblem of the Explorators. Most of these crates are lying next to a massive black door of Xenos origin. Entrance to the tunnels. Takes several hours. Fuck. Do I have to? That's a power hammer? Oh, Jesus. Declare dust. Sensors were erected by Tech Restore of malicious Xenos machine spirits.
A new challenge for me?
The way out is blocked, the stairs have collapsed, and there are dead tech priests everywhere. What in the void happened here?
Heresy. The black statue dark mode shows no discernible damage. Our twisted melted appears to have been deliberately damaged. Lore?
I've read about this.
It seems as though the dark hollows of life size could flare with flames of ancient nature in a moment, but they are empty.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Ah, damn it! Alright, whatever.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the Significant. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. That is foolishness.
I'm very
I am a
tired.
navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. But you, my lion, can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Ready.
Time for our return. The dynasty will rise again.
Right. And now
As
it's
the
just a
Emperor
matter
commands, I
of
act.
getting Argenta into position so that she can do Argenta things.
Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is... I will not. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Power resides in the will of the righteous.
I love this bolter.
This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands. I refuse. Faith without deeds is... That is not the Emperor's will. I'll do it.
How many bullets do you think that's gonna take for me to destroy this one? I'm thinking of a piece.
As the Emperor commands, is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer.
Hey ho. Oh, come on. more! Damn, this better not be an entire tomb world.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. If I may. I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't
Alrighty,
this a job for the
Argenta.
serfs?
I'll do it. Faith without deed. This is what.
At least.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Another man painted black.
Oh well.
We are infinite.
I think I have some caffeine upstairs.
Great sleep is over.
I'm going to go acquire some caffeine. I will be right back. It is not the holy broth, but it is liquid. Tastes like candy. You know, if he took up every possible space in the universe, he'd actually be very finite, you know? Because if he was everywhere, that would mean that there's a limited amount of space that is him, you know? He has a defined space, which is the entire universe. And if the entire universe is him, he is finitely
The shadows will see.
that big.
Trust me.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
As the tenants demand. The other side awaits. Death is a blessing.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call. Victory is if I took care of this one.
Infinity is a strange thing.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Ah! My ears are ringing.
I will not. I'll do it. Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. Eradicated. I'll do it.
Ha 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 ha.
I am his will made manifest. Faith without deeds is... This is unacceptable. Strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands,
No, this really is the Argenta win the game for me mode right now. And it's like, I don't necessarily not like it, but it's...
I'll do it.
Assemble
It makes battles very samey,
Doubt is for the
which
weak.
is... It's fine. It's getting me
Faith
through
without
the
deeds
game. And this is 100% a valid experience.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
I just want to do something different next
I'll
time.
do it.
Hello, insatiable flame, falconry. All right, can run. You will find no grace of the machine god. In these halls, more ancient than the stars. There sleep legions, innumerable hosts, but their sleep is at its end, for no one's fault but mine. Slumber of an ancient mind. Ha! I didn't know, I didn't know what I was doing. I'm sorry. Yeah. Tell it to the judge.
I won't tolerate weakness.
When was I supposed to decipher this? Was this back on Vebos? Lord Captain, are you uninjured? Sound of mind. Why am I even asking? The answer has been obvious for a while now.
The machine god grants me insight.
Shot during a hasty retreat. Give me a second. Oh, okay. Before activating, explore the room. Ah. Oh, also, I have a problem. Mwahahaha. Okay, something, the first cogitator on that first planet, I fucked it up.
None shall stand in my way.
So, I guess that's alright then. That's for another playthrough. They have at multiple times, and quite frankly, Argenta has outperformed him. Hello. Oh God, please, no more. Center exploratory shuttle. Unharmed. What happened to the pyramids? Analyze the movement. Give me that hollow field. Try to extinguish the flames. Attack. Something wistful about burning pyramids. The useless fact of the day. Star Trek justified the original series Klingons not having bumpy heads in a neat way. They tried to copy the eugenics that made Khan, but it backfired. Klingons who got it were paler and with no brow ridges and were more or less banished to the edges of the Empire where Kirk would meet them. Orbital trajectories. This is the parent star of the system. If the Illuminati reader is right back in the day, it would be huge and angry to bite at us. Not this half-dead firefly. What happened to it? I can't imagine what could have drained a deadly beast like that. The reader swears the star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years. It was too young to have faded like this. It was gnawed out. Almost, it was attacked. Suddenly and fiercely. A hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star whole if it had more time. Where did you get this information? I don't know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I had seen it 100 times. We are done. God damn it! Detected amongst scan. Send the servitors out. No one returned. No data. Examine. We do not speak of it.
In spite of your years, your body and spirit remain strong. Tell me, Amic Avalar, what do you do to train them?
Well, I spent a lot of time running back and forth after the Lord Captain, for a start.
I'm an errand boy.
From the face of the galaxy.
Exterminate on sight.
Exterminate.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
There's an official X-Men Starman. You know, kind of looks like Xavier joke. Like a decade before Seward played. Trials and tribulations. Modern bumpy clans, smooth Klingons had never. And it generally said that it was a budget challenging Tellarite.
Try to die with grace, at least. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Yeah, lady, we are in far-flung stretches
Me?
of the galaxy.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Like, you should have gotten
I am a
used to me
navigator,
telling you what to do
not
by
a
now.
Servitor.
Hey, shush your face hole, lady.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
Yes, you may.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak.
Duty demands.
Faith without deeds is... I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. You, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is...
Another foe painted black.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest. I'll do it.
As duty demands.
As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen!
Another foe painted black.
I'll do it.
Haha, 2 for 1.
As duty demands.
Doubt is for the weak.
Archie. That Archie?
As the Emperor commands,
Coated I with grace.
Like, I agree with Creepy. That doesn't sound like it should be a thing.
A new challenge for me?
Stop. There.
Of all the things that happened, I do not believe that that happened. Ha! Punisher mistakes Archie for a criminal. And then rescues Veronica. Takes place in the mainstream Marvel universe. Oh, God. Archie meets Kiss, meets Glee, meets versus Sharknado. Archie versus Predator. Ah. Haha. No, no, I have you set up as, like, the best kind of thing. Ballistic skill. So it's like, I'm not going to be able to, does Fury incarnate? Oh, no, that'd be the Blessed Bolter casing. Oh, hell yeah. No, I'm not getting rid of the Blessed Bolter casing. Do you guys see how much work being able to automatically hit every single bolter does for me?
Yeah.
What a shame.
Victory awaits!
I beg your pardon?
Oh, come on, lady. It's a coin flip.
As it should be.
Apache knowledge is Xenos, most part of mighty transport ship capable of transforming into ground-based structures. Oh, what is this? They shall weep. Bolter. Each shot deals 20%, 20 run it with a front. Oh, that is a good bolter. It is such a shame that I'm never going to read that, and that this is now almost useless to me. I don't really have any more characters that can wear heavy armor. Alrighty. Yeah, it's such a shame that, like, that's a really good kit, but it's such a shame that it's useless to me. Alright. Get the gubbins, put them in the hole. It's such a shame that, like, all of this really good armor and weapons and shit that I'm getting is such late game, and I've already built builds around what I have. Like, I feel like this is like a downfall and a critique, not of this game, but of CRPGs in general. Is that, oh yeah, the late game loot is amazing. Oh my gosh, you can do so many cool things. Look at this build that I did. Look at the damage numbers. Meanwhile, to get to there, you have to get through 41 3-hour sessions. Jesus Christ, has this really been like 120 hours plus of gameplay to get to here? Christ almighty. We are insane. But to get to here, and I'm sure that bolter that I just picked up is someone's like favorite bolter, and they've made an entire build around it, and look at how overpowered it is. I don't get it until this moment. Meanwhile, like, essentially my rogue trader is just a skill stick that tells other people to shoot better. Abelard can rock with other armor and other weapons, But it's like his build is I charge in and hit people with big stick. It doesn't really matter the big stick. Yes, this is a very good late game big stick that I gave him, but I could give him any big stick and his build works. Argenta, yes, I kind of needed to get to Act 3 to get to the improved bolter, but the Argenta go Burt strategy had been I love the Krieg mask. The Argenta go Burt strategy was established midway through Act 1, and the Argenta go Burt strategy has only been bolstered by many Act 1 and Act 2 items. Everything here, save for like the helmet and the helmet, the armor, and the heavy bolter were gotten in Act 3, which then, or like Act 1 and 2, and it's like, by then, like, I've solidified her build. Fishwife, like, she is another skill bag on a stick, you know? Like, she is here because A, she is Fishwife, and B, she is a grand strategist. And it's like Pascal is just, he is another skill stick, but it's like his build is just, okay, go all in on tech, and logic and computer stuff. And then make yourself like the ultimate little techie thing, and then Kibella is, granted, like, her armor and weapons have changed, but she's just, I am going to cut things into pieces. It is my first resort. You will suffocate and you will bleed. Don't give an something song. All of these builds and like their grand strategies like basically existed long before I got to this late game. And it's just like, yes, I'm getting really cool loot here in the late game. Where's that fucking bolter? They shall weep. Like, each shot deals an additional 20 damage. Weapon skill. 5 times weapon skill. And 20% armor 40% armor penetration to character's addition. Like this. Five times the bonus. Like, just bump up ballistic skill, and this thing just rips through people. And it's like he can't even use it because it's Adeptus Astartes. But it's like it's kind of a I know I'm making fun of it because Cabela is all about cutting and bleeding. That was the joke. So it's like, to get to the late game, you have to commit yourself to an early game build. And then you get pieces and parts throughout the middle game to support your early game build to get to the late game. And unless you really, really, really want to reinvest an entire build around a late game weapon, like, there's almost no point to late game loot, you know? Like, it's, oh man, this is really cool. Into the bag, I guess. Like, it's not a bad critique, it's just something, you know? Those things I've never seen anything like before. The panel of the tech priest said they are star corpses, not just corpses, call it stellicide victims. What do they mean? You know, star stages. Apparently when a star dies now, it's all different. These look like they were murdered and plundered, all their energy siphoned. Spider sucks the innards out of fly. We're witnessing these husks. If you don't mind me saying, the sacred luminaries are scared they wet their trousers. Yeah, we are observing far too many stars out here. I agree. Stellar trajectories also suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone's hoarding them in the system. And I wouldn't like to have been here at that time. Gravitational currents like that, pure chaos. And pulled them off like the Drakari, dragging them around. Himself a job. Let's fight the ships. Xena Squadron's on an intercept course. Same abominations. I got them so riled up. Like they're guards. Ships took off to the surface of the planet, so I assume we bathe it with the eye of our augurs. On Xeno mind, but I know my void maneuvers, and I can tell you this. They're angry, and they are approaching at a direct and unambiguously aggressive trajectory. All decks, prepare for battle. The time has come. Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything I'll have once? For I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. And am I just paranoid? Or am I just stoned? Thank you for coming to my spoken word poetry corner. And I only know that lyric because of Weird Al Yankovic. Oh no, we're surrounded. Oh well. Fire at will. Which one's will? This sword class frigate has really dropped off in usefulness. fools have us surrounded. Strange tribe is Stumpy.
Another salvo! Macro cannon, volley! This one's going down. Unleash our... Lay in the course.
I've been told I want to check my DMs. Godspeed, traveler.
Another salvo! Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
Yay! Conferences that could be emails. It's my turn. Let's go. Explodes. Oh god. Explosions. No, like seriously, like I would play an entire game of this combat. This is so much fun. Yes, Heartless, distract the frigate. It's like, seriously, like, the Heartless is the goat of my fleet. Granted, it's no flagship.
Fire the launch battery! Another salvo! Set the course.
But it's still really good.
Lay in the course.
Yeet!
Fire right now! This one goes down.
I love how the fighters are like super desperate to get home, and I'm just like, but what if I go over here?
The time has come. Another salvo! Fire the launch batteries.
Oh. 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 I see.
Lay in the course. Macro cannon, volley! Another salvo!
Pop.
Another victory for the Von Valencius dynasty.
I don't need any more scrap. Da, 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 da. Everything is fine. I'm not even firing the warheads anymore, am I? So it's like... Can I just do that? Alrighty. Let's see what's here. Oh, we spot a planetoid with unidentifiable xenostructure. Something tells me this is a place we've been looking for. Augur clerics detected a field of void mines on our trajectory towards the planetoid. What's on you? Practically nothing. My narration blinds the machine spirits to see some kind of wicked pyramid and a few encrypted function. How many more good minds from series in case of the ceremony? Tell me. Identitors are inhabited of malicious and cutting machines here, as you've seen. Far too good for pirates. Lord Inquisitor's own stores. Transmit the codes. I need to pee. What's in this big old bag labeled Tomb World? Receiving return signal, 5% of mines. Port of transition in sleep mode. Receiving corners to the area that man line of sight. Safe channel. Any traces? Plenty. Box seconds of conversation. Sanderson, you know, Lord Captain, seems to me this place is about far apart. Multiple signs pointing to structural damage at the tomb located in planetoid shifter. Commits, I will lead it personally. Are you ready? I beg your pardon for old Wolf's guts tells him that this very likely to become ours. Bad feeling as if, forgive me your lordship, I complete last extent. Giving out advice like that. I'm ready to face your advice's merit, but I'm landing anyway. We make the landing. We will wait as long as it takes for your retrieval signal, even if every Xenofleet in the world appears to swat us. Nomos! Hello. Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment, watching a remarkable procession before your throne. Enforcers are glancing at you questioningly, but do not interfere until they are ordered to. We have come to speak to you, Fidelo. You gave us food for consideration by revealing... Nomos, why do you look like that? The mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, and sensed, and we have discovered a great change is coming. A trial. We see the potential for great disaster. It is already ripening. A wave would crash down upon the Coronis expanse, and perhaps extend beyond it. We are headed for suffering and death. You are the one who can prevent the disaster, and we want to help you. We do. Let us help. Nomos are not human, but we have learned to see people as more than shells. We want to save them, protect them. What is the coming threat? Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us remember our birth on Epitaph. We now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through the breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give. But what it is, we do not know. We must say, it frightens us to think about this unknown something that is trying to break free. It is so vast, too vast to measure or explain. But we now know that living souls are the same. They are always larger than they seem, and no capacity to calculate their potential. That's what makes us believe that we, Nomos, and you, can step beyond the final limit of calculations. There we will face the unleashing horror without faltering. What do you wish to do? Wait until the unknown threat appears before you, then face it. We do not know where or when it will happen. We do not know what we will face, but we know that we want to be there with you. There is something we require to do it. Nomos are tethered to the shell of this ship. We can only follow you outside using servitors as our shell, but they are lacking. Only a modicum of us can enter such a primitive vessel, and our power is likewise limited. We need a vessel, a body. But very few things can house us. That is why I've come to ask you. Magos Asclepius has offered his shell to us. It might do. Indeed I have. I cannot think a prouder end to my pilgrimage than the liturgy of synchronization with this great spirit. I will become a vessel for the Omnisci's favorite child and step beyond the confines of wretched living existence and into the halls of eternal machine song. You would sacrifice yourself, Asclepius? I desire it more than anything. Hello, Civil Cornball! Welcome to the Black Pants Legion, WBPL 76, coming to you live from some hole in the ground. At location redacted. I am your host, Dr. Who's the Chef. Coming to you with some rogue tradering. Here we are, very late game, about to potentially end the game, kill some people, and get some loot. The WBPL is a community access to a community-driven Twitch channel. We have a multitude of my brain's not braining. We have a multitude of streamers who stream a variety of content, from painting miniatures to digital art to electronic repair to cooking to a multitude of video games. And some crazy lady talks about books on Friday. It's all great fun. Please, join us. I love doing my announcer voice. It's a lot of fun. I desire it more than anything. We have asked him many times because he did not want to hurt him. Nomos would have not proposed if the human was against him. Made my decision. We wait your word, master of the ship. Please give us freedom, and we'll stand with you in the hour of great need. Asclepius, if you are good with it. Praise the Omnisci, I kneel before his favorite child and humbly offer this shell as gift. May it become a temple to the machine and a vessel for the Great Spirit. How interesting. You feel restricted, but not as much inside the servitors. Some work must be done on the new shell. Then it will be ready for journeys to the outside. We will leave you for now, but in the hour when you stand before the Great Child, we will return and stand with you, side by side. Ha! Everybody's here. I guess they want to talk to me. Shuttle is ready for landing. We have the exact coordinates. I need to say my goodbyes. As you wish. Standing by. Abelard! Talk! Well, Lord Captain, my service began under the most remarkable of circumstances. I could hardly be surprised that you would have delivered us into circumstances more unexpected and surprising than before. One thing I am certain, the Von Valence's dynasty will cover itself in glory today. So you must have already considered what you're going to do once this campaign of ours comes to an end. Essential is placed by the Rogue Trader's side. As you have learned, others can betray and abandon you in your darkest hour. If the Lord Captain cannot count on Essential, there is no one he can count on. It's not a fate I wish for you, so I'm doing my duty. I must have an idea of what to do after. Now that I have your blessing, it's about time I took care of my family. The Viserion clan has gone without its patriarch for too long. I should take time for my descendants before some noble upstart tries to shoot them out again. Ready to follow me all the way? As always, Lord Captain, I would follow you into fire and back. God Emperor be my witness. I've had the honor of serving under 2 rogue traders and survived one, so there would be no shame in going down alongside another, if it comes to that, naturally. Ready? We've got quite an ordeal ahead of us. We have been through worse. Looks younger by a good 100 years. I serve House von Valancius, Lord Captain. Ulfar. I am not a priest, of course, and the spirits do not always speak clearly to me, but I did cast the runes. You have a great challenge ahead of you, Advetter. Be very careful, or better yet, take me with you. There is no better way to guard your safety. I'm glad the Emperor brought our paths together. It only proves that we will not lose, Advetter. Go into the foulest hole in the universe, where only lowborn and wretched inhumans crawl. Fall into darkness and then cry out, "Who here believes in the All-Father, sisters and brothers?" And even there, in the world's most rotten pit, you will hear an answer. And if you reach towards the voice, you will find a worthy companion. Everyone who believes in him and follows in his footsteps is given a chance to become something great and more worthy. Xavier is waiting for me. Should I give him your regards? I would rather talk to him myself. My angry and vengeful heart tells me that only he knows how and why the baleful Howl Pack died. It also tells me that I will not forgive myself if that puffed up Arsal Kalkazar somehow dies before I rip the answers from his leering mouth. Band your pack and our campaign is nearing its end. What were you going to do next? Return to my brothers and sing the saga of the baleful Howl. I will carry it all the way to Fenris and pour its ringing verses into the ears of the Jarl of the Great Wolf himself. Its burning words will warm us during the fierce hell winter. My brothers at the table will nudge each other and point their fingers at me and say, "It was he who crafted such a beautiful saga. How generous the All-Father has been to him." Fenris Hylda. Fenris Hylda. Hydra looks at you with red eyes. Despite the tired look on her face, she smiles broadly, either at you or something behind you. Well, Lord Captain. My little whispers have grown quiet, like they know the long thread we finally follow is at its end. And now or never. Thank you for everything either way. How about Idra? One last prediction. For the road? You think the little whispers are going to play nice? Ha! They aren't that useful even before, but now they're more likely to mess with us around than save our bacon. Lord Captain, your fate is in your hands alone. Do not let the words of a deranged psyker confuse you. You're not meant to listen to the grumbling beyond the veil. Glad you've been at my side. I thank you, Lord Captain. I can't imagine why you've shown me so much kindness. After everything we've been through, you are the only reason I'm still alive. And there's so many ways I could have died. I know you've been harping on about the Lady Theodora this, Lady Theodora that. You know, I may never become who she was. You may never become, but she could never have been who you are either. I'm glad it was you who replaced her, and that life threw me together with you, and not someone else. So there. Now let's change the subject before I get sentimental, alright? What do you think awaits us in the last skirmish? Well, I have no doubts about you. Everything's going to come up roses for you. As for me, you know, maybe I won't live long, but it'll be a good life. I'll leave behind so many tales to tell. Let them remember my name over a mug of something foamy and laugh at my stories of, well, our exploits. You really have lost it, have you? Aww. Pull yourself together. We've got a tough battle ahead of us. If it were an easy battle, who would ever bother to tell tales about it? Nobody. That's who. Let's show them. Hello, Jay. The Exalted One once wove our destinies into the glistening tapestry of the world with gold and silver thread, Shireen. And today, the pattern of our lives will either be completed or the tapestry will be torn asunder. Personally, I prefer to place my hopes in the first option. Are you afraid of what is to come? This battle of the enemy? Pain? Oblivion? Oh no. My only fear is that after... What? Oh no, Shireen, my only fear is that after these tribulations, we will never be the same again. And I do enjoy being me. So what brings you to me? No parting words, I hope. Just because I despise goodbyes. I feel as though they rob me of my future. You never want to hear goodbye. After all, but only ever see you again until under the same stars. I just want to say I'm glad for your company, especially now. Our alliance is like a malicious oasis blooming in the fierce desert heat. I'm glad to be your partner, friend, and ally in the fight against the enemy. Here to see what you will do once this is all over. What do you mean over? As if the Aussie don't play their evil tricks on us. I don't know. Getting drunk on unbridled freedom sounds nice. It's so close. I can reach out and grab it like the tail of comet and leave the mission behind, start doing things on my own without having to rely on your good favor. Limitless possibilities lie ahead. I just have to survive the coming darkness. Got a hard battle ahead of us. Rest assuredly, when it comes to the matters of being and oblivion, Jay Hidari is the closest mind and the bravest heart. Hello, Yearlet. Folds her arms in welcoming gesture and greets you with a meaningful nod. Each journey has a beginning and an end, Alantark. Here and now, our journey leads into the maw of merciless enemy, and only by breaking through the darkness ahead can we move on. Our journey together has not been an easy one, but I am glad that both of us are here today. Our travels were full of heartache and countless hardships, Alantark. So the darkness ahead does not frighten my weathered heart, nor does it frighten you. We'll patch to the verge if we survive. I do not think I will wish to return to my kin soon. Will I ever be able to? Perhaps I will join you on your quest to explore the distant stars. Perhaps I will look for those who are not ready to return to the life on a craft world. Those like myself. The future is too vague, and my path is leading me into the unknown. Our fate will be decided in the coming battle. I'm ready to drive back the darkness. Are you? Marzai, meticulously inspecting his gear, but turns his entire attention to your person when you... Hello! There you are. You have something special waiting for you, do you not? A trial that that will determine whether you stay on top or become dust under the feet of your enemies. I'm glad I fought shoulder to shoulder with you. You know, honestly, like, kinda, sorta. Like, he's grown on me. Careful, else I might think you have gone soft and weak. I will only say this once. You are the reason for all my misfortunes, but you are the reason why I survived. You survived because I wanted to humiliate you. Despite the fury of all of Cormorant and the wrath of the Black Heart, consider this a expression of my gratitude. You remain with me when this is over? Of course not. My cabal is waiting for me. Grieving tempest that tore a piece out of the Black Heart. An interesting future awaits for me and my subjects. Perhaps we will be crushed. Perhaps we will be feared. Whatever happens, it is the life I was born to live. Hope your blades are sharp and the hour of battle is great. My weapons are always ready for new victims. Hey, Chorta. Alrighty. So he's still doing his thing. I shall return. Alrighty. Hey, Cassia. My love. It brushes the invisible weight off your shoulders with the light movement. Your heart feels a little calmer. What lies ahead of us is uncertain, perhaps darkness and oblivion, yet I feel no fear, no trepidation, no doubt. To be here with you, to share the last moment of peace before the inevitable. If either of us should die in the coming battle, know that I will look for you in the next life until I find you again. I'd rather not wait several lives. Let us find our blessing in this one. That would be wonderful, but will the stars let us? This is probably not the future you dreamt of, but if all this ends in victory, what do you intend to do next? Until duty calls me, I would like to spend the best moments of my life with you. And only the stars know what will happen next. Seal yourself, hour of battle is at hand. My heart is already fluttering. Not because of fear or doubt, I am ready to face what is coming. Argenta! Baby! With a clear and burning gaze. I pray, rogue trader. I pray that the hearts of our comrades remain strong, that our courage holds, and that our weapons prevail. I pray that the light of Terra does not turn away from us for even a moment. That the fire within us only burns brighter as the foes before us grow fiercer. And I pray for you. Terra's light is what guides us through the darkness, and you are the force that keeps us from straying from the path. Make the sign of the together till the end, sister, in his name and for Terra's light. In his name and for Terra's light. You have time to think about the future. What will you do should we prevail? I'll carry on my service to the Emperor as I always have, but no longer as a fledgling sister of battle, but as the keeper of a relic that has been bestowed upon me by his will. And I want to bring light to all them faithful in the Cronus Expanse, as Sister Argenta did in her lifetime. I know I am ready for this mission. Jesus Christ, Argenta, are you ever? I was out of time. Prepare yourself. I am prepared now and always. Henrix. Our journey together approaches its end. Unless pushed, and secrets of the expanse of Calcazar will be laid to rest. I can't wait. I'm tired of the shroud of secrecy that has hidden the truth from even me. You'll meet your mentor down there, and I have questions for him. I want to know why I was left in the dark about everything that was happening in the shadows of the expanse. Why all the acolytes died on the way here. Well, almost all of them. Why? I just want to hear what he has to say, and then make my judgment. What will you do? I feel I need to think about it, but if it falls today, someone would have to take the rosette of the Ordo Xenos, and at the very least, until the Inquisition Enclave determines who would be a worthy successor to Xavier. Epitaph waits. Steal your heart. Lead on. Hey, Solomorn. Still deep in thought. Let's go drawing. Come some parting words, Rogue Trader. Now is the time. There may not be another opportunity. I'm glad our paths crossed. Bark. Fist of chest, look straight in your eye. This has been an honor to serve within your retinue, and it does not matter what lies ahead. Is that right? Barks. Bark, bark. What will you do if we survive? I'll follow you until... I will follow your orders to find a new marshal, of course, and after that, I will leave you. For how long? Only emperors know. Every arbiter counts now, and I am needed on Dargonis. Hey, keep an eye on the arbiter. I'll keep an eye on your arbiter if you die, I promise. And he throws back his head in the midst of sound, whose very existence is long doubted. The proctor laughs, his laughter unusually sincere and gleeful. Will you now? As if I'd let Galeto die while I still live. Are you ready? You know I am. Hey, Packy. Checks his gear, whispering prayers to the Omnissiah, looks up and speaks matter-of-factly. The tactical equipment audit is 97% complete. No critical failures detected. The Omnissiah shows favor. You do not seem too worried about the coming landing. Sounds like a chuckle. A mission of reconnaissance is blessed and desirable one for an explorator. The data soul of the one who explores, analyzes, and charts overflows with the joy of servitude. I would be honored to disembark with you. Took good care of my ship and my equipment. The dynasty will not forget it. Where the iron flowers of the Omnissiah bloom, there must also be his passionate gardeners. I thank you for honoring this unit and letting it serve the formidable spirit of the Von Valancius dynasty's flagship and your lordship. When the campaign comes to an end, will you stay on duty or return to your fellow tech priest? It has been a joy to serve such a distinguished person, but my duty calls the Amarant Collective to a different mission. The message of change must be proclaimed, and believers must be separated from the doubters. Pascal, no, Amarant looks at you curiously. The experience of our comradeship has taught this unit much. The trials and battles we have gone through have produced trust, sincerity, mutual understanding. Amarant will lead his flock through the flames and forge the sect into a religion. May we have good fortune. There is no such thing as good fortune. May its statistical probability be predictively positive. Kibbles! Hey, babe. Stands motionless in a deep trance. Returns to reality the moment you approach. Your every breath and heartbeat has been in anticipation of this moment, Daman. Do not hesitate. Step into the darkness and allow your shield and shadow to walk with you. My love for you will give me strength. Lowers her eyes, stays quiet a while. Her eyes are full of tenderness and deep, sincere love. I will forever be your shadow until the Undying One bestows upon me the greatest reward for my service. Have you thought about what happens after? If we survive. Now and forever, each of us must follow our own thread. And so it shall be until the day we find ourselves in his embrace. But what's between us is made a web that joins you and me, and along that web our love will travel, and I will stay strong. I will hold. That is what the tenants demand, because I can do no less for you. Now would be a good time to receive an inkling about our future. Have you consulted the tarot? There's no need for your reading. The cards will ask if we are prepared to face our challenge with dignity, and that will be the answer to our own question. It's time to set forth. Every thread ends in death, but only the Undying knows the time and place. Alright. I dost believe that, he, what does... What did you put on the side of that toaster? Okay, everyone, forgive me. The madness of a duck. No, this is all the Omnissiah. Okay, okay, I love the stabilization right there. Only a little smoke. Van Zant Militia Untoastable 3. Okay. Survived so far. Do not toast pizza with sausages on it. That looks pretty good. That looks like it toasted well. That looks like it toasted really well. Alrighty. Save game. The end. Let's go. Acknowledge glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Alright. Need to take Abelard. Need to take Argenta. Need to take Cassia. I need to take Cabela. Pascal. It's between Pascal and Ulfar, honestly. Like, I kind of want to take Ulfar, but I don't know who I would leave behind. Because a rogue trader needs a seneschal. I need Argenta for going Bert. Cassia because, well, Cassia. Pascal for the tech stuff. Like, Henrik's would be a good option, too. Fuck. We're doing it. Screw it. We're doing it live. This is what we're doing. Why are they moving and not shooting me?
Even the wicked Xenos were no match for the scourge that is befallen them. How pitiful their empty shells.
The Undying One cares not for the souls of Xenos, and so what awaits them after death is terrible indeed.
None shall stand in my way.
Showing no sign of aggression, simply staring ahead is an odd, distorted quality to its movements. There are Necron corpses on the ground. Soldiers in the colors of my dynasty. Ah, yeah.
Follow my lead. Halt! I noticed something.
Ah! That was the thing that happened.
This explorator is blessed with
Last ditch
multi-functionality.
armor. We'll have the other one. Wanna just one endgame. Wanna momentum. Nice. Necron Tech Hotshot Lasgun. In the corner of your eye, green aura mounts and contraption cute flex with people who are not there. They are looking at you curiously and fearfully. Xenos is making the same rhythmic sound over and over as trying to say something, losing his train of thought and starting anew every time. Every few moments, metal particles in some transition, yearning to be born. Unable to do so yet. Broken metallic finger sticks out from the surface. It wriggles weakly. Few warriors have risen, walked without noticing how their ranks have thinned, such a far cry from the march of annihilation it is meant to be. Elegy of Sorrow. I really wish that I had gotten that, but I'm not going to go back in time and finish it. I don't care. Drawn out metallic groans form a painful and mechanical melody. Used with venomous spite, the armored plates sing an unknown language. Feel as though the meaning is on the verge of reaching out unless the monster cuts your lives short before that. Metallic torture, examine. Metal skeleton. Unknown metal interlaced with greenish energy channels. Below its waist, graph pad humming and rattling. Upper limbs are fused with abominable, formidable heavy cannon. Not a single part. It betrays vulnerability without a doubt. There's a surge disabling. Once we find out, I shall trouble you no more.
Smite the Xenos!
Death stands before you.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Alrighty.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
No, it's a job for you.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may... I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act.
If only that were possible. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I'll show you why navigators are feared. I'll do it.
Hello, Blue 7.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
As duty demands.
For you, my Emperor, this is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. For you, my Emperor. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, in thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Try to die with grace, at least.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
You will not undo me.
Says who?
This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I...
Not undo me.
This is why I was chosen.
Hey, Harbinger, are you assuming direct control?
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
Reanimation protocols. Failing.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer. I refuse. Guided by faith. I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen. For you, my Emperor, this is why I was chosen. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Suits my purposes. All too easy. Nothing I can't do. Already done.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. This is unacceptable. I'll do it. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
My time is now!
Faith without deeds is worthless. That is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle!
Alrighty.
None can escape the Emperor's I will not. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I am your blade and shield.
An offering of blood.
I shall not let your soul be purged. The shadows.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Alright. Mag dump him.
As the Emperor commands.
Adorned with the coat of made of real paper, carries a pleasant scent of perfume. Select behind it. You do not know the contents to identify. Theodora, what are you doing here?
A new challenge for me.
Ancient, sacred, priceless art of the property mark of Bear Stark emblems of the Inquisition. What is going on here? Why am I here?
My success is an
Instant energy system is
irrefutable
powering
certainty.
equipment of camp. Violation of operational cannons. Theodora, you've got some real heresy going on here.
My warp sight reveals something.
Tech Blight voraciously gnaws away at this human metal, but not as eagerly at the walls of the crypt.
I won't tolerate weakness.
It's very green. Revolting bubbles as they're trying to disgorge into some new form. Seneca. Named creature is still alive, as evidenced by his heavy brilliant was a woman once, sporting close cropped hair, equipped for battle, skin shredded by the metal sticking out of her body. Examine. He certainly has been made from the inside. Can you hear me? Who are... Von Valancius. I'm not surprised to see you as you may think. Who are you? Technically, Inquisition Acolyte, and by the grace of Warden Epitaph Covert Facility, or what's left of it. What happened to you? I'm having trouble sleeping late. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body? No idea. Looks like something has gone terribly wrong in the crypt. The Auspex has detected some unknown radiation. Everything went crazy. Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore. They started trashing the place. And the pylon I was saying suddenly grew a ton of tentacles. One of them grazed me. I blacked out, and when I came to, looked like I tried to give birth to a shuttle. Where is he? In the facility in the crypt, making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage. At least I hope so. Or he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume that. What facility? What operation? I guess you're still young. You don't know about this world. Whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, it almost means a colossal secret weapon capable of destroying worlds. And that's all you're going to get. It would be very disrespectful of me to spill a secret that so many had given their lives to protect. I see. I sated your curiosity, then I'd like a favor returned. There's a pack of IO in my breast pocket. Give me one and keep the rest. I'm feeling generous. Why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? Oh, I should know. It was the uniform my agents wore. The ones I sent when Calcazar took an interest in Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear them long, though. When I presented Theodora with Calcazar's ultimatum, she purged your retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well, but Lord Ginsburg called me here to guard his treasure cave, just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Kari still caused trouble. How do you infiltrate her retinue? A feint, a deception, a game of double and triple crosses. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Calcazar, she believed them. She was too eager to get back at Lord Inquisitor, taking her clever Archmago's advisor, Amarant. You know Conrad Voigtgear? I'm not sure he's still alive, but back then he was the Whisperer. In theory, he should have been the one to out my operatives. It was said he thought they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. It's true what they say about blondes. Every other one is as thick as mince. Was the ultimatum? Oh, what was the ultimatum you gave? Merely a message saying that her dirty secret was now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Evdet and found something here, something too good even for her exalted status. Our traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates down to the last digit after the decimal point to the Lord Inquisitor. Drakari are here? Why? Xenofreaks, my favorite partners. They had a crucial role to play in the operation that you mustn't know anything about. Their visits to Epitaph let me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire on them first, but to split them to atoms if their skinny asses deviated so much a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear. It was as if those fools were trying to get shot at with those half-witted provocations. They even had a nickname for me, the Almost Witch. A compliment, I guess. I am Fidelio, the heir. You'll have to excuse me for not looking surprised. My facial nerves seem to have been partially paralyzed. But I gathered as much. I'd hardly mistake you for your spectacular Void She-Wolf. After all, if she were alive, she definitely would come here in person. So you're the heir? Well, at least it's not Conrad. Why does no one from her retinue remember her visiting her system? I'll give you two versions, the sugar-coated one and the honest one. Sugar-coated is once realized what she had in her hands, she deemed it a matter of utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all members of her crew. The honest version is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. It pressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting away unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds for the spoils anyway. You have heard about mind-locked of times and events would be placed under special lock that only a key phrase, one that likely only Theodora knew. This is unexpected. Did her not even trust me? Disheartening news, to be sure. You have it all backwards. You would have been dumped out the airlock like so many others. You were already a decrepit old curmudgeon back then, after all. Now I know enough. Sure you do. Take Good. You're old enough to know what these are for, aren't you? Just one end of the tube between the teeth, like the other. Just make sure you do it the right way around. Let's be straight with each other. You have nothing to hide now that you are dying. What's going on in this place? Straight, huh? Let's give it a try. I'm taking a shine to you for some reason. One day, Xavier decided to immortalize himself in history in a rather extravagant way. All for the Imperium's sake, of course. But then things didn't go unexpected, even though we expected that they wouldn't. And now you're better get far away from here, because whatever happens in this, you're not going to like it. Or you can go down there if you have the guts. Maybe you'll immortalize yourself too. That's what I would do, but I'm insane, so I'm not the best example. How about another? So about that stick. You're saying something about an operation? You're a funny one. Secrets for two... Enjoy. You'll say that. Better be careful. A box filled with cast metal insignia. Theodore's out here. Some of them. Ah.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Yes. Now, we're gonna do this again and again and again until you do. Pardon me. Hold on. In the end game, going a tad long.
My house would be proud of me.
Leads to Xenos of higher status.
Grant me the wisdom to perceive.
Huh? Hold the line. Xenos Knight, let's have a challenge have portenting imminent death.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
Submit and die.
Alright.
If I may,
You may attempt to.
I'm afraid not.
Hey. Alrighty.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. Why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands, I...
Insignificant.
I'll do it.
Alrighty. Yeah, it's like how much of this battle is
As
just
the
going to
Emperor
be,
commands, I-
hey, Argenta, kill them.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, for you, my Emperor! That is not the Emperor's will. Guided by faith, I will not. This is why I was chosen. Eradicated. Faith without deeds is... Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. For you, my Emperor! I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is you, my Emperor. I'll do it. I refuse. This is unacceptable.
All right. I love how my battle plan is Argenta, go forth and destroy.
Suits my purposes. All too easy.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, each righteous. I'll do it.
Suits my purposes. I am fear incarnate.
Doubt is for the weak. I will not. I refuse. Faith without deeds
Reload
is
your gun.
worthless. As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen.
And now,
As the Emperor commands, I act.
as we mag dump,
Faith without deeds is...
Great Bulk slumps, deep sound full of rage and tragic despair is born from mistrust. You notice convolutions like perhaps something wrong, awakening from stasis. What are you? Full of dour pride, you are unable to decipher discernible range and stern resolve. This is neither dispatching nor instinct of a warrior. Your watch is over. Argenta, go kill stuff times infinity. That is a piercing howl of wrath. There's no fear in these sounds. Touch it for bread. Terrible rumble comes from deep within the green fire oozes out of the chest. This becomes chaotic disarray. Something broke in the crypt. Oopsie.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Ow! Activate the shield! I was expecting the rogue trader. Lower the gates! Open the gates!
victory awaits!
Starting to bear grave wounds, inflicted by Gauss weapons, a skilled surgeon would be powerless to heal them. She's holding the Zeus Bay. It says one cannot. How long it will last. Oh, hello.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh, come on, I want to grab the shit. Oh. That's people. That's me, people. Reality bubbles before you and burst with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes now stand in your way. Three each of them have your face, yet differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences. Make you feel like a protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. Righteous. Emperor, bestow upon me the strength to smite yet another obstacle as I carry out your will. Cursed. No, master changer of ways. It is time for making. No, I can feel it not. You are playing tricks on me. You are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Glorious. Is there some ironic lesson in what's going on? Should I be looking in the mirror a little less? Or perhaps I should look at myself from the outside? Or is this a hint that I am my own worst enemy? I shall ponder this in my memoir. Look for your doppelganger. Blatant abuse of the fabric of existence, immense reality. See Mirage's opponents' in their glow, altered by decisions you have made or could have made. Who are you? I am Fidela von Valancius the Magnificent. And if I know myself, which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what that makes you. The answer is simple. You are my reflection from a less glorious reality. A product of the malign influence of the treasure that I seek. I am a blazing paragon of humanity, unbroken by tribulations. The first to venture into the darkness without fear, and the one who unites and brings back that which was forfeited. I am Rogue Trader of the God Emperor. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who has chose the path of true power. I serve the Master, the Changer of Ways, and I have already chanced upon my reflection in his dreams, which is why I am the only one without a dumbstruck expression on my face. So you are me? Truth stems from the Emperor, you are lacking it. Which means you are not the true Von Valancius, but a flawed replica born out of a flawed reality. You think you're better than the rest of us. And yet I was the only one clever enough to become the master of my own fate and not reduced to someone else's plaything or a slave of dogma. Why do you seek to enter the crypt? Claim the treasure. Whatever it is, Theodore found it, makes it mine. Xavier's will regret trying to steal it from my dynasty. Slightly accelerated sweet blood is teeming with euphoric stimulants. I have been very principled and vengeful when my treasure hoard is concerned. I wonder how you acquired such an ego. Lack of pointless advice, I presume. On the day Conrad all of her officers died with her, including Mort, Abelard, Idra, Ravor, and Vidras. When I came to my inheritance, there was no one to teach me how to be a rogue trader. I handled everything myself and found out who Theodora really was. Narcissistic, unscrupulous, self-serving bitch who lied to everyone. I admit I regret not getting the chance to know her better. I embraced her principles and realized that literally everyone in the Cronus Expanse was out to take advantage of me. Through scenes in the Pirates, the Adeptus Mechanicus and Caspilica, Calcasar, and Aurelon. So the puppet pulled the strings and made its masters dance. Dare say things turned out well for me. I would ask your lordship to watch your language as you speak with speak of her ladyship. I do not know that was in your reality, but in ours it is customary to mind one's manners. Shut up, servant. In our reality it is customary for lackeys not to interfere in the affairs of betters. Ah, Tisiphone. My sworn friend and the most overbearing shrew in the expanse. Of course you're here as well. Copy. Nice to see you in the thick of things as usual. What? I think you mistake me for someone else. Indeed, in this instance, you're some kind of pathetic parody of yourself. Have you achieved much without allies? Indeed, I have. The most influential figure in the entire expanse, Caligus, was slain by the Xenos, and his successor, Eviane, became my puppet. And soon you chased his pirates, not realizing it was me who was raiding her colonies. By the time I was able to make my pact with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest against Kelsar, forced him to flee. I undertook a dozen expeditions into the unknown, moved the dynasty capital to Footfall, named Vladium my governor, and made Hieronymus a cardinal. Not too bad for a novice, don't you say? You're a parody of what I was supposed to be. A time of hubris, greed, and brazenness. What it's all about. You simply lack the imagination to grasp it. Yes, I did. So Space means stronger than all of us combined. I remember whose name the warrant was granted. I remember by whose hand I am ordained to exist. I believe, and my faith is bright light driving back the night. But your faith is cold embers, and when I look at you, I feel ashamed of myself. Did you come here to help? Future's not known to me. The Lord Inquisitor did not give me full details of Operacious Precious Sentinel, but he mentioned its importance for the Imperium. I have come to lend my aid or to stop him if his plans go against the will of the God Emperor. Doppelganger vigorously chops the air with his hand. You notice some stiffness in the movement. A subtle grimace of pain. As you look closer, you realize that the clothes are the chains of penance. The jagged hooks digging into his flesh of humility are only worn by fervent believers. Your threat is familiar to me. As are the thorns of humility under clothes. Who instructed you? Same man who taught you. The honored vizier revealed to me much about how one should show their faith in him. These are these thorns. Of course you would recognize them. You wore them for many years before presenting them to me. The heat of your hues is blinding, Lord Captain. Scarlet and gold shroud your very essence in an overpowering radiance, but deep inside I see a palpitating smudge of sable blue, which you have banished, which you loathe and ruins the perfection of the image. Are you afraid of a misstep, of loneliness, of the Emperor turning away from you? Don't you dare lay your accursed eye on me. How dare you even survive the cleansing of Urak 5, monster of House Arcelio? Felix and I crushed your mad followers and purged the Navigator House of corruption. Did your heretical powers enthrall my copy's weak spirit this easily? How ignoble, how disgraceful. Looks like this version became a mindless zealot. I always mass envy as contempt. So one of my versions chose to serve the archenemy. I do not serve, I reign. You grovel, but I dominate and rise even higher. You see, is sporting elaborate makeup under a layer of powder. That was very strange. Skin covered, somehow they remind you of closed eyelids. Opens her mouth and you see blackness between her teeth in place of a tongue. The master requires a sacrifice, a living sacrifice. Toss them to the warp, their pass unraveled and one in yours. Why did you come to Epitaph? My master, changer of ways, directed me here and revealed my destiny. This is where I cut short the life of the corpse of the Emperor's champion and claim a great trophy. This is where I am fated to become one with the warp. I wonder at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. And they wounded me with the cursed blade. From then on, I started hearing voices. Unfortunately, my companion taught me how to avoid going insane. I began to heed their wisdom. They revealed secrets to me. I raided Von Valancia's crypt, made a dark offering of Theodora's skull, and enslaved her spirit. I learned all her dirty secrets, all of her lies. I saw the full picture and realized that only the strongest survive in the expanse. That strength is good enough to survive. Bloodspin Web would never love it. You defiled the domains of the Daemon. Did you? Me? Please. It was all you're doing. My loyal assassin who had acquired a taste for blood, you tracked down and eviscerated every last spinner on my ship and became known as the Spider Queen, who spends her days relishing in slaughter and pleasure. Join me while you still can. I have much to offer you. There's something hilarious about the way you are reveling in your villainy. You don't believe how little I care for what you think. It has become complicated. How are we going to resolve it? We shall fight. I sense our soul's greedy interest in what is hidden. I will not allow you to take possession of this blasphemous thing. But I see we are outnumbered compared to you, doppelganger. I think it would be wise to join forces, topple you first, and then resolve this conflict between those who have survived. I concur. We will finish off the one with the biggest retinue first, and then decide who's worthy of the prize. However, I already know who it is going to be. I'm giving you a chance to settle this affair peacefully and avoid self-destruction in every sense of the word.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
You'll regret standing against me.
All right. Let's get this party started in here. Let's get this party started in here. Let's get this party started.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Get this party started in here.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I have read tomes of military tactics. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
As the Emperor commands, I act. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Emperor, this is why from my ashes I will rise. I'll do it.
What is this foreboding?
As the Emperor commands, I act. This is unacceptable. I will not.
Alrighty.
I'll do it.
Bert.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. This is why I my Emperor. Rejoice in battle. As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I refuse. Forgive my Emperor! Faith without deeds. This is why I was chosen. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, you, my Emperor, I will not. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. That is not the Emperor's Doubt will. Is for the weak. Forgive my Emperor.
I love just... No one gets a turn. The turns are all mine. I have claimed them because I am the road trader.
Chosen. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is my Emperor. Eradicated. I'll do it. I refuse. That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's justice to me.
Haha. Assassin. Auto striking. Anti-vehicle revolver. Nice. Very nice. Woohoo! That's a very nice gun. I shall equip it and never use it. Melta... Life training. Oh, this is all, like, heretical bullshit. Imperial Pride. Psychers and Servants of Chaos increased by 4. Very nice. Hey guys! I found the improved Heavy Bolter. Only took me getting to the very last planet to get it. The 1-star. Yeah, it's not like she already has one.
I've read about this.
Dynasty, okay. Connect to the memory core.
Successful.
Eliminate.
Follow my lead!
No, it's like, I guess that's why, like, a lot of RPGs have, like, New Game Plus, where you can take all of the late game builds and weapons and stuff and put them into, unyielding beacon. Forget what that is. Put them to use as in early game.
Tolerate weakness.
But it's just like, it's like, what's going on, man? Like, again, it's like by the time you get to like mid-late game, or by the time you get to like the middle of the mid game, it's like you've finalized your build and you're not going to deviate from it.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
I might do a, if I did do it again, I might do like a bit more of a dogmatic plan. Definitely follow some different romances.
I beg your pardon? I did it?
Oh, damn it. No, I still... That's like one of the decisions that I stand by. It's like, he wants you to hate him. He wants you to cause him immense, like, immediate pain, you know? That's what he expects. What he doesn't expect...
As it should be.
Open the pocket repository? So it's just like... Fight him with, niceness and make him,
Never
regret...
doubt me.
I'll lay claim to the
It's like,
stars.
don't give him what he wants, you know? Is this an Akira elevator? Spread across the walls of the crypt.
I better myself through my service.
Yeah,
A new
fair
challenge
enough,
for
you
me?
know. What's the story of the commissar who's the who's in charge of the who's in charge of the command that was once two different units, an all male and an all female unit, and it's like their combined unit number is just basically their units added together, and he's just like, guys, like, there's it's one thing to keep morale high. It's another thing to compromise battlefield readiness by getting pregnant. Why do I have to change so many diapers?
Victory awaits!
Well, this is not going to end well. Let me see. Warhammer 40k, the 9. The 597th. It's like the Commissar Kane is apparently very famously part of this. No, it like, to my understanding, what I read on Grimdank was it was 2 legions of guardsmen whose numbers were depleted. An all-female regiment and an all-male regiment. And the Adeptus Administratum, or the Adeptus Militarum, saw 2 depleted legions and was just like, you know, instead of getting reinforcements, it's just going to be easier for you guys to integrate. And they didn't realize that it was an all-female and an all-male regiments. And when they came together, they apparently really, really, really hated each other. And so the commissar, which I believe was Kane at the time, if I'm recalling the story correctly, was just like, alrighty, it's up to me to instill fraternity and boost morale and get cooperation. And apparently he did his job really too well, because the planet on which they're stationed has the planet on which they're stationed, and a couple, and whenever they follow around, there's a followers camp of guardsmen on maternity leave, a horde of nurses and childcare forces, and the Adeptus Administratum and Militarum are just like, ah, yes, they're getting reinforcements. They're getting reinforcements from local populace. Great, we don't have to send them any reinforcements. But then on paper, there's still 2 regiments. So they're still getting the shipments from both of the parent regiments, plus shipments from their current regiment. And Kane is just, everyone's asking Kane, is just like, shouldn't we tell the administratum about this? And he's just like, do you realize how long it would take for that report to even get noticed? No. We're not going to do anything, because as far as the administratum is concerned, there's 3 regiments here, he says, looking at the 1 regiment. I can't remember which legion is this, which legion this is, or regiment this is. But it made for a hilarious story that I read. All right, let's go confront Calcazar and tell him he's been a naughty, no good dingus head. It's like the 5-something. It's like the 500th and something. Does that narrow it down?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Because I would like some clarification on this, because it was funny. Tesseract prison vibrates relentlessly, barely containing the power within.
Follow my lead.
None shall stand in my way.
And he's just like, well, I did my job. Morale is at an all-time high. And, I don't have to worry about, reinforcing my, my regiment. I said to him, Lord Commander, these words I said, Sir, give me one division, I shall take that hill. And he said nothing. He stood there and stared at me. I said, Lord Commander, give me one brigade, and I will take that hill. I was becoming disturbed, sir. And the Lord Commander put his arms behind him and blinked. So I said, give me one regiment, and I will take that hill. And he said nothing. He just stood there. I threw down my chainsword down on the ground in front of him. Is there more to this? All right. Kalkazar, we meet again for the first time, for the last time. I see that you did not heed my warnings. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have the chance to turn at everyone's advantage if your lordship listens to me very carefully. With all due respect, Lord Inquisitor, I shall ask you to refrain from any further threats directed towards the blessed rogue trader, lest you face the repercussions from me. How courteous you warned me, Master Viserion. I will remember your words. Your line you're treading on is a dangerous one, Kalkazar. Stop this madness. You are the one who's attempting something mad and dangerous by acting with insolence towards me. By the Emperor, Fidello, I am in no mood to squabble with a rogue trader, not even with your recently installed lordship. $597. Of the 301st and the 296, yes. The 301st was a stormtrooper regiment, usually all dudes, while the 296 was a rural backwater garrison made up of all women. Tensions ran high. Only remaining commander was put in charge of the Amalgam as its colonel over the more qualified leader. Unwisely used time and rank instead of merit and command experience to determine seniority. 3 days longer to get eaten. So she was promoted. And legendary luck. Plot armor. Okay. Managed to turn into an effective professional fighting force despite the Imperium's earlier bureaucratic bungling of the matter. There's other issues. Now, once the new colonel proved her worth, the regiment proceeded Kane into many impressive scrap. Yeah, it's like they get their It's like both of their regiments still existed in the Departamenta Munitionorum, so they still kept getting assigned both regiments' supplies. And with your recent, is that what you are here for? What is it? It's called a shard. Yes. As you have noted quite aptly, that's the reason I'm here. This construct contains an ancient, or rather, pre-ancient being of cosmic power. We're called the Catan. An entity is currently trying to escape, and I am here to collar it. No, nods at the giant device, whose design clearly points at it having been brought into the crypt from outside. What is a Catan shard, and what is it doing here? Specimen of an ancient predator race, devourers of pulsars, who feasted on star system. Reality itself bent to their power, but millennia ago an ancient Xeno race managed to defeat them, shatter them into pieces, lock them away in prisons like the one you see before you. And you think you stand a chance against such power? Do you mean to say that a human is capable of such a feat? But I am not just a human. I'm an instrument of the Emperor's will, one of many. The Imperium is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That's humanity makes the impossible possible. With the hands of particular people, in particular circumstances, your skepticism is unwarranted. How will taming this creature save the Imperium? When my years of service, I come to realize that the main problem humanity faces is this war is the imbalance in our power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters. And it is high time we acquire one of our own. My yoke will bind this creature and make it a chained guard serving the Emperor. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered monstrosity will bolster our defenses. Fear. I hear nothing but fear in your words. It is fear that made you believe that His grace alone is not enough to stand against the rising tide of darkness. It was fear that convinced you to seek salvation in the abyss of Xenos filth. You are no guardian of the Imperium. You are just a greedy old coward. I still have many questions for you. In the circumstances I'm meeting, I do not see why I should hide anything. I seriously doubt you will share this information with anyone else for one reason or another. How did this end up in your position? Thanks to your predecessor. I arrived in the Expanse at the call of the Explorer defeat due to Archimagos Amaranth's heresy. But I quickly came to the realization that Cronus Expanse problems are much deeper than tech heresy. Unprecedented piracy, resorting wild, blatant smuggling of Xenos artifacts, willful and impetuous rogue traders, throwing threat of ruinous powers, all in a region that the Chikari considered their domain. Frankly, I considered purging the entire Expanse. It would have been much easier to burn down a whole tangle of threats and corruption. But the web of spies that I had woven presented me with a much more interesting and radical solution. While investigating Amaranth's connect, I turned my eye to Theodora, who ultimately gave me the shard. How was Theodora involved in this? Instincts were uncanny. She spent decades hunting for a key that could be opened the dimensional gate, as if she knew that there was something incredible waiting for her on the other side. Our ladyship was lucky enough to discover the shard during one of her expeditions, a trophy that was too much for her to handle. Amaranth studied it on her behalf, creating weapons in exchange for access to the relic, but the research was too primitive and unambitious compared to the true power contained in the shard. One of my acolytes, Necr, sent her spies to Theodora. They infiltrated the retinue, earned their trust, reported to me about the object. The rest was trivial. I seized Eptet, laid down the conditions of our further coexistence. She was wise enough to concede dignity. I commenced Operation Precious Sentinel. I left garrison on Eptet, took the key to the dimensional gate from Theodora, sealed the gate, and started the creation of the yoke. I kept Theodora and her heirs in my sights just in case. Not long before her death, I assigned Hendrix to her and ordered her to rendezvous with him on Rykam Minoris, but your lordship inherited him instead. I admit I wasn't aware of you. Theodora managed to keep her secret heir up her sleeve. So instead of eradicating Theodora's misdeeds, you chose to inherit them. In the old days, House von Valancius would have declared war on for something like this, and fought until the offender was dead. What is the yoke? Containment device similar to this one, except better. The yoke was devised by the brightest minds of two races using ancient wisdom and long-gone xenocivilization. A prison capable of not only holding a Catan shard, but also controlling it by releasing fractions of its being. An instrument of obedience and destruction, masterpiece whose creation required immense effort. It was made on Euphrates too. I captured Amaranth's student, Aximantha, and she passed all her mentor's drafts to me. It was on the one over seeing the process none other than your acquaintance, tech priest Cubus Delphim. I knew, you fucker. His fall was regrettable. It seems that the unorthodox daring things he did at my hest drove him to break his vows and sink into heresy. The human mind could never comprehend the shard alone, thus I appealed to an inhuman mind. I struck a deal with the Jakari. Thefts of sacraments and secrets of the Adeptus Mechanicus registered. Inciting a devout tech priest to commit heresy registered. Blasphemous regarding of sacred technologies with forbidden ones. Merging. Further transition registered discontinued. Registration discontinued. Drill on Mechdynamics reaches in fury. Collaborated with the Jakari. Alas, the operation demanded it. Through the agents of one of my acolytes, Amelia, I contacted Archon Eumeris and made a pact. I gave her access to technologies contained within the relic and destroyed the rivals in the Cabal. She would relay information on their raids to my spies, and I would solve my problem. In exchange, her homunculus Treventus forged the yoke for me. Of course, I did not let him near the shard himself, but rather set up a laboratory on Questa Timere. It was safer that way. All the pieces were contributing to my plan, but none had enough information to comprehend the entirety. Why did the Jakari want the shard? It was one of the most complicated and perfect creations of a race much older than Jakari. It was no mere object, but a treasure of technology. Why its master would uncover many secrets simply by nothing can excuse starting within humans. Threats of alien pales in comparison with those posed by the ruinous powers. Miris could plunder 1,000 worlds, but she's no Earl on the Cruel. She was a great danger to her own kin. To the Imperium, the disruption she caused among the Jakari was only our benefit. She intended to trigger a powerful disjunction in Comra, thereby destroying her rivals and elevating her own cabal in the process. Knowing full well how precarious her grand plan was, I made no attempt to talk her out of it. With little luck, we wouldn't have to worry about Comra's influence. Some information about a pact combined with the Astro observation data collected. In the star system resolves the inconsistencies identified earlier. Unit Calcazar stands accused of stealing the astrographic records of the Cognizant fleet. I'm amazed at your analytical prowess. Yes, indeed. I needed the stars to feed the shard. The cabal of the Reaving Tempest would steal them and bring them here. It was imperative to preserve the exact energy parameters so it did not trigger the object's premature detonation. I procured the necessary information on supal stars from the Exporter's Feed Data Scriptorum. Registering Category 1 Blasphemy. Balcazar is hereby sentenced to intravital dissection and study. Upon the cessation of vital functions, the unit's remains will be disposed of in disgrace. The denizens of Rykad, Sentinel's Pride, and all the other starless worlds, you are the one who sentenced them to death by sending the Jakari after their sons. Well noted. Yes, I acted out their execution, as regrettable as their losses were. However, to overestimate their importance in the Imperium would have been folly. Every single day, humanity pays a far more terrible price, and that must be brought to an end. Then I take it you decide to get rid of your Xenos allies. There's no more need for them, seeing as the yoke is almost complete and the situation is escalating out of control. Theodora is dead, called to Final Dawn had reared its head and is preparing to strike. Eumeris had forgotten her place. She was putting forward too many elimination requests, and when I told her to curb her appetite, she retaliated. Theft of the Rykad star was timed to occur when Master Van Calix was on the planet. The Archon wanted to rob me of one of my agents and send a message. And then the Coronis Expanse was engulfed in flames. I had to rush to the operation and declare sector-wide martial law. The webway gate that Eumeris' words had been using was destroyed and the facility was razed. I evacuated the half of the yoke that Treventus had completed. It was too late to retrieve the second half from Euphrates. Cubus revealed to Erlon where he should strike, and that almost spelt the end of Operation Precious Sentinel. I appreciate your efforts in resolving this problem. In fact, you turned out to be much more useful than Theodora. Why do you call for the Astartes to come to your aid? I need a remarkably strong force to keep my Xenos allies in check. The Emperor's Angels were just the weapon I was looking for, except considering the sensitive nature of the operation, I couldn't very well risk requesting aid from my allies in the Death Watch, could I? Then I remembered an old debt owed to me by the Space Wolves Great Company, so I decided to call in the favor. They were a great asset first. Helped me close the dimensional gate by overwhelming its security systems. I tasked them with hunting Xenos condemned by Eumerus. But eventually they started prying, and that was unacceptable. I could control Thorobad by giving him more tempting terms, but the baleful Howlpack. They raided an outpost where my agents had been meeting with the Shikari. The pack took prisoners, but lost the esteemed brother Ulfar. I hoped they would give their all to the search, but instead the wolves forced the system's coordinates out of the captives and came crashing down on my head. They had no gates to transport them. They used nothing but their warp engines. Thankfully, they realized the situation too late, so I managed to neutralize them. You've come far in pursuit of answers. It would be cruel to leave your curiosity unsatisfied. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather something went wrong with this plan of yours. Not at all. Precious Sentinel's in its final stages, and increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they slept through the intrusion. Only the Catan Shard's emanations could make them stir. Theodora's research stabilized the Shard's prison, and my project only made it worse. When particles of the Catan Shard's energy set, many curious phenomena occur. Charging the crypt, the warped reality. When I tame this monster, I will order it to stop disturbing the laws of the universe. That brings the most interesting part of your conversation. You know my plan, so now you know. So now I want you to know it's yours. Will you admit that I am right and join me in this undeniably ambitious act, or will you try and stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you. But I'm sure you realize that already. The second time you threatened the Lord Captain. Listen to yourself. What you're planning is heresy. It will only be heresy if I lose. If I prevail, I'll be able to triumph feat in the name of saving humanity from the horrors of you, and I will not lose. This is insane. Farewell then. I'm glad to have made your acquaintance. Eliminate the Rogue Trader.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Oh, goody. Alrighty. Waking Nightmare.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Warp
If I may.
Purse.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
No,
Do not
it's a
dare
job
ask.
for my
Me? If you insist, Lord
for my
Captain.
navigator.
That is foolishness. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may, try to die with grace, at least. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'll do it. Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor
I'll paint your death in colors.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. Guided by faith! The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Try to die with grace, at least.
As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands. Faith without deeds is you, my Emperor!
If I may.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
God, that wasn't even her turn?
I'll do it.
Try to die with grace, at least.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is... I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Try to die with grace, at least.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer.
So much for the mighty Inquisition. This is what happens when you
Faith
expect the
without
Spanish
deeds
Inquisition.
is one who can escape the Emperor's judgment.
No. It is too early. The yoke must be activated, or all is lost.
Nomos! An invisible yet clearly tangible aura of power envelops the figure clad in the robes of a tech priest. All the more baffling to hear a youthful, excited voice from under the hood. This is it! This is the place of our origin. Norma's gaze is trained upon the Catan shard. It was your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. Mysterious creature that has been your ship's soul for so long turns to face you. But it is you, Fidel, who truly ushered us into this world. So let's meet our abominable precursor together, for it is ready to break free. Greetings, Nomos. You're out of time now. It escapes now. Yeah, that doesn't look happy. Things are getting a little warpy around here.
Close ranks!
Nomos. Breath of Fatality. That's a lot of health.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If only that were possible. I'm afraid not. Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Alrighty,
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may?
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Providence cannot damage a star.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Where? How, why, what? Who, what, when? Cease this nonsense
As the Emperor
immediately.
commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
In the name of the Emperor,
Power resides in the will of righteous. Guided by faith. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I hear my Emperor! Faith without deeds is why I
So
okay,
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands.
Already done. Suit my purposes. All too easy. Suits my purposes.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I will not.
Already done.
This is unacceptable. I'll do it. This is what for you, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Yes, I do need. I know I need to shoot it in the face more.
Doubt is for weak.
Nice, at least.
As the Emperor commands, you, my Emperor! That is not the Emperor's will. Faith without deeds is... I refuse. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. I will not. As the Emperor commands. But you, my Emperor! This is unacceptable. Faith without deeds is you, my Emperor! I refuse. As the Emperor commands.
This thing is not having a good day. And that wasn't even... Ah! Damn it!
Trust me. Aim for the heart next time.
As honor ordains, I would that I could.
There is only death, yours or mine.
As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. Trust me, let your soul be purged. Caught by the ship cannot damage a star. Let the blood of the weak be shed as thou hast willed. My blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged. My blade whispers your name.
A tactically sound approach.
What the fuck are you doing right now?
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnissiah. Running binary combat is equations. Your life is an inevitable variable. The scriptural probability analysis. Successful. Let the cycle be discontinued. My vow is to serve. Running binary override. The Messiah condemns you.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Do not dare ask.
I'll do it.
But not by much.
Okay. That can't be good. Ancient Monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. Its impossible powers that make reality itself burst and seeds are now being forced into a compact dungeon, cork by cork, returning to a cruel and painful non-existence in the moment. They could struggle harder, but something's hindering it. You are the cause of this hindrance. Only now does the Catan Shard turn its focus to you. For the battle is nothing more than a reflexive resistance of the alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now, it is thinking about you, and its thoughts are as corporeal as you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving in a way that would benefit all. More and more tears appear all over the shard's form. As the yoke absorbs its power, it becomes increasingly harder for the shard to maintain its physical structure. Each imperfection you inflict brings the Star Predator close to imprisonment. Do not bow your head before the abominable precursor. It was begotten by the dark abyss of the past. It is a fragment of that which devoured stars and erased civilizations. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time, our impossible chance. Theodora! Yet another layer of reality cracks. A figure appears before you, her. After giving you a probing look and a praising look, permits herself a slight smile. Try to touch her. Particles begins to boil. Try to heal the wound against you and her. You can exchange words, thoughts, glances, but a physical connection is impossible. Fleeting phantom that could scatter an ammo. She is silent, her gaze still trained on you, as if she is trying to commit every memory. You and Calcasar did so many terrible things in pursuit of your ambitions. Was it worth it? It's always worth it. You will understand this yourself. Whatever fate you choose, one can only hope that it will be better than mine. Nomos. My birth ever is here now. Why did you call the shard your precursor? Because that's what it is, and what we are. We have told you about Theodore's ambition, Amaranth's mine, the ship's cradle, and Epitaph's secrets. One sprouted into another and spurred yet another. Thus Nomos was born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison, but we have become something much more. With your help, what do you intend to do? Clash with the precursor. Touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected. So that the shard becomes Nomos, and then, only then, will its threat be eradicated forever. Do you think you can do this, Nomos? What will happen afterward? We stand at the threshold of probabilities and outside the bound of predictable. It is beyond possible to know where we can and cannot, whether we can or cannot. We believe that we can, and this is what drives us to try. And if we succeed, we will obtain power beyond compare. We will become a shield against any threat in whatever form it may manifest itself. Samurai. Willy Wonka. Nice. I made my decision. Almost intangible anxiety. Nomos, do what you will. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Step towards the shard, and the whole world explodes into a terrifying whirlwind. You can hear the colors and see the touches. Ice burns your hand while fire leaves you freezing. In the midst of this madness, you can clearly sense a battle raging. Clash of two beings, one endlessly ancient, the other endlessly young. The power of the Catan shard is such that it redefines the very notion of power. But it has a weakness, one that you can see only now. With the shard and its rival standing face to face, the shard is just that, a shard. It is incomplete, it is not whole, and it cannot be what a Catan was before. What opposes the shard is something entirely different, an undivided sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow. And the one who fletched and loosed that arrow was you. Battle goes on and on and on, outrunning the course of time. You do not need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious. Oh. Is this the end? Ah. Okay. The Catan shard was transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomos. Possessing the power of an ancient being and nurtured by the rogue trader, the young star god watched over the Cronus expanse, their new domain, with curiosity. Gathering its bleeding worlds together again, the rogue trader dared to build something more noble and civilized than the Expanse. A haven for those drifting and unprotected in the strict hierarchy of the Imperium. It would be an unbound frontier where freedom and compassion were not wholly extinct. The shackled monster under von Valancius's control ensured the survivor of the fledgling utopia. The Star God destroyed all who threatened its peaceful civilians and instilled fear in those of little faith. The Expanse tasted the sweet fruit of freedom and tolerance with reverent fear. The Imperium could not forgive such insolent deviation from the order prescribed by Holy Terra. The von Valancius dynasty was accursed of the seditious formation of their own empire. An invasion fleet gathered in the Calixus sector, and the lifespan of the young Utopia was as short as its creators. Protecting the young kingdom of freedom, Nomos created dimensional barriers that cut the Cronus Expanse off from the Imperium more soundly than the Great Rift. The humanity of the Expanse was left in isolation, relying only on themselves. They either had to build something new and different from the Imperium, or fall to the horrors lurking in the darkness. The ideals of Fidela von Valancius was committed to... The ideals that that Fidelo von Valancius was committed to were alien to the Imperium, but close to the hearts of many in the Expanse. Anyone who could not resolve a dispute or was denied justice rushed to the palace of the Rogue Trader in search of mercy. Rumors and stories of his humanitarian rule formed the foundation of the Valancian school of philosophy. The sect united commoners and aristocrats in the belief that for the Imperium to flourish, it should stop seeing its subjects as mere tools. This dangerous heresy was denounced in many systems, but persecutions only hardened and multiplied its followers. Chorda. Having learned the bitter lesson of Footfall, Chorda let go of her fanatical zeal, relinquishing her reins of power. She secluded herself on a cloister world. The time of purges has passed, and with it, time of law and order. In the power vacuum that followed, dark legacy of the abominable Aspis reared its ugly head, and Zinnia's domain gradually devolved into a nest of criminals and pirates. Resisting the temptations that besieged him, Caligos Winterscale returned to his domain and began to piece together shattered remains of his protector. Until his dying day, his actions and thoughts were dedicated to saving abandoned worlds and protecting survivors. Alas, he was not able to achieve much in the time he was allotted. He breathed his last breath on the same throne that he refused to leave for decades, adamantly refusing augmentings that would restore mobility and power to his legs. Drusians, thanks to the patronage of the von Valancius dynasty, the cult of St. Drusus was successful in spreading its influence across the Expanse. Overshadowed, the cults of other saints lost their followers and faced harsh choices to slip into obscurity or swear allegiance to Drusus. After the death of Hieronymus Dolosoro, a man called Chaplain took over the leadership of the Drusian mission. He hid his name, but not his crimes or his pet or his. Oh! It's the Pilgrim! Ah ha ha ha! Ah, the Pilgrim! With the resolve of an experienced voidfarer, he steered the cult, and he even led his own believers on military expeditions against brigands, enforcing order and converting depraved captives to the faith. The Mechanicus deals struck with the Cognizant fleet in the von Valancius dynasty, replenished the explorers' dwindling supplies and allowed them to embark on a rapid and unrelenting expansion campaign. With powerful bases established in the Expanse, the Omnicide Scouts bravely ventured forward toward unnamed stars with the same drive that propelled their ancestors to explore the Expanse itself. Schism of discontinuing the cycle engulfed the entire fleet. Soon civil war was over. Disregarding the commandments of their forefathers, the explorers started down a dangerous path of new comprehension, creation, and revision of procedures and algorithms. The fleet was united once more, and in its unity was ready to stare down the horrors standing in the way of the catechism of maintenance and operation. Oh god, they're experimenting. Magos Dominus Opticon 22, one of the first to hail the return of the Messiah, took the helm of the Mother Squadron of the fleet. Unquestioningly embracing the teaching of discontinuing the cycle, he personally saw the crushing many renegades who did not accept the Messiah's word as truth, earned himself the identifier Chrome Scourge. Ryza, profitable deals made between Fellowship of the Void and von Valancius dynasty helped them subdue smaller brigand squadrons in the Sept. Many worlds and stations saw the opening of Fellowship dens, in which grotesquely sincere pirate representatives took kickbacks from traders in exchange for safe passage. Naturally, servants of von Valancius dynasty and the people of the Rogue Trader Protectorate were safe from the Fellowship of the Void's attack, mostly. Naturally, servants, mostly. First command that Ryza issued after her miraculous rescue on Footfall was the complete extermination of all worshippers of the Dark Gods among the Void. The old pirate wanted to find another way for her people to survive. The former renegades hoped to live by the law, working as mercenaries and traders. When it seemed that they were finally on a path to a peaceful life, the Imperium Navy conducted a flash raid, destroyed all their ships. Those who survived the bloodbath were publicly hanged. Oh no. Caspilica mission thrived on its riches it acquired in deals with the Rogue Trader. Organization expanded to new markets, built up a mercenary army and a fleet, and was ready to defend the legitimacy of its business from the authorities. It was foolish enough to deny it. That right died quick, brutal, and unexplained deaths. But I am Torko, Legion Footfall, survived 14 assassinations and thwarted no less than 2,000 schemes before a shot finally took his life. The esteemed Legion's funeral was held with great secrecy, with only his closest entourage being permitted to view his corpse or respond to some peculiar rumors. A multitude of agreements bound the Imperial Navy to the von Valancius dynasty. Captains were eager to patrol the Protectorate, knowing that they would be richly rewarded. Competing ships were lost to pirate attacks and subjected to harsh inspections. Many officers quietly entered the dynasty's service, receiving a salary and title in exchange for their excellent skills, where the admirals valued their new friends and enjoyed more gold on their uniforms. Chartist Captain Thorfaust founded the Thorfaust and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled the Maw to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how his venture ended. When the rogue trader's apostasy became apparent, the Imperial Navy filled the and fought the Van Valancius dynasty. The Battle of Vargonius ended in a resounding defeat. His fighting ships fled to distant systems. Disheartened but not broken, the captains vowed to rebuild their force and planned raids on the apostate territory. The crucial reason for the defeat was the extraordinarily high percentage of captains who betrayed their oaths and defected to the rogue trader side. Overnight, he acquired a battle-ready fleet of his own. The protracted search for a marshal had so weakened the Adeptus Arbites that their new leader had to spend the rest of their life restoring order within the organization. While the Arbites were busy dealing with their internal problems, Longinus and Divinia flourished throughout the Expanse. Dargonus grew and prospered until it became the capital of the Cronus Expanse. The planet was like a giant magnet whose pull held together the worlds of the Expanse, absorbing the treasures and vices of the sector. Gracious and shameless nobility of the Expanse flocked to Dargonus in search of forbidden pleasures. Librarium harbored dangerous volumes, and its dark corners harbored dangerous people. Rule of law could not reach the tops of spires shrouded in a veil and sinister and mystical rumors. Kiva Gamma washed in the stain of its former defilement and became known as a pious and productive world. Hard work and inquisitive study of the mysteries of technology glorified by the Deus Mechanis. The enthroned Null Caliph drew millions of pilgrims and granted the planet a hallowed status. The sacred calculation continued for centuries, and the foremost sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus traveled to the world so that they could attempt to divine its meaning. Janus was conquered, Xena's spirit was exorcised, and wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet. Billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the Expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. The nobility of the Expanse appreciated the idyllic conditions of the pearl-like paradise world. White castles rose above the agri complexes and their mud, and the shining knights of Janus gifted the sector many a hero who covered themselves in glory. Despite grim expectations, the existence of humans and the Eldari did not lead to enmity. Janus faced many trials, and the struggle against them brought the two peoples together. They did not develop an affection for one another, but learned to speak with no weapons in their hands. More than one dangerous xenophile schism was born on Janus. The minds of Vabos grew deeper and deeper, and soon the planet became the darkest and most frightening colony in the Expanse, the final stop of the exiled and damned. The brutal, hardened inhabitants of the Death World feared neither human nor xeno horrors, knew no mercy, and were known as the most fearsome fighters in the sector, who had traded their lives for the right to earn the eternal darkness of the mines. Guarded, luxurious palaces were built under climate domes shrouded by clouds of poison. They housed so many powerful blackguards, persecuted aristocrats, and wealthy scoundrels that Vabos gained unimaginable political influence. Such grand and sinister deeds were done there that before long the grim death's world that was spoken of as the new political center of the Expanse. No longer secluded and forlorn, Foulstone turned onto the spiritual center of the Expanse. Clad in gold and power, rulers went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and the righteous for encouragement, and there was no end to them in sight. Treasures and influence quickly corrupted the supreme hierarchs, felt to turn it into a courtier of venal egoists appointed by greed. And as their dirty deeds under the cover of holy vestments, their power steadily grew. It was hardly surprising that a few years later, the hierarchs of Falstone recognized the bloody relationship between their patrons of von Valancius dynasty and Saint Cogitus himself. Fate of pure-voiced prophet, guardian of the hallowed crucible, was a sad one. After visiting 7 worlds and bestowing the transformation on them, he perished at the hands of bloody Drakari pirates, along with his retinue and the relic. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of Final Dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the Rune's powers had managed to get away, hiding their writings of their warped banished lord under their robes, were baseless. Left without a mission or a leader, the word bearers retreated into the depths of the Immaterium. Their last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on football. The population of several asteroids was exterminated or enslaved. The statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. After recovering from Chorda's regime, Footfall reclaimed its status as a trading hub. Having learned a bitter lesson, created Footfall's Partisans Militia, a well-equipped mercenary army that answered only to him. Monochrome of order was returned. The changes of von Valancius dynasty brought to the Footfall endured on the station long after. Poorhouses opened by the order of the Rouge Trader saved many hungry and homeless from death. Unfortunately, this disrupted station's delicate ecosystem, no longer freezing to death in empty compartments or terminated by epidemics. Those who lived in poverty on Footfall began to choke the station, leading to sharp rising crime, organ traders, illegal augmented specialists, and savage gangs of Anvers. Rykad turned into a purulent wound of corruption, poisoning the expanse. The surreal energies of the yawning warp legion held its planets together even in the absence of gravitational pull at the store, defying the very law of existence. Immense depravity took root on Rykad and poured out in other systems wildly. People of Rykad, saved by the Rouge Trader, eventually found a new home. Colony New Rykad was founded on the edge of the Dements. For a short time, was a place of equality. There were almost no aristocrats left to enforce any kind of hierarchy. The generation ever returned to business usual. Yesterday served the burdens of authority with pleasure, as well as the right to mistreat those of lower rank. In memory of the world and all who perished on its surface or met a fate worse than death, construction began orbital slipways of Footfall with glorious cathedral ship to the called Rykad Sacrifice. Miraculous fusion reactor powered its engines and cannons and fueled them with the fierce power of the motive force. All the best minds in service of Hans von Valancius took up the study of Thesterium. Numerous uses were soon found in its natural sci-folks, but the jubilation was short-lived. A series of major warp breaches in export destinations put an end to any of the goodwill. Toward the research, people began zealously destroying any that remotely resembled the mineral. However, a few exceptionally strong strikers managed to bend the sinister rock to their will, managing their sorcerer's powers several-fold and turning them into a force that the Expanse had to reckon with ever since. Rumors of the rotting remains of the other porters, privateers, and anyone hunger for more or for easy money all rushed to the frontier system to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, while others perished in skirmishes and their rivals. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. A colossal ship as big as an imperial world simply vanished as if it had never existed, but the legend of the forbidden treasure lived on and continued to bring daring souls to ruin. Half a century later, the Expanse trembled with the echo of Eldari war songs. Myriad warbands appeared out of nowhere, leaving trailed bodies in their wake before disappearing in webway gates. Absolutely hidden from the eyes of the monkey, children of Surian had come to avenge the death of the craft world. Their woeful refuge, unless many into both races were war-worn and out of blood to spill. Janus was among the worlds hit by savagery, but before the Great Slaughter could make the planet's irrigation council, Farseer Muran emerged from the forest to address the Avengers. Having convinced the Sith to stay their hand, he and his people departed Janus. Spirit Monolith, purified by Harlequin troop on Crone World, was hidden from the insatiable eyes of the monkey by raging warp storms. Started going missing more frequently in the systems close to the planet. Even the most courageous captain gave the region a wide berth, naming it the Damned Reefs. Somewhere on the other side of reality lay Komara, woven manifold of other dimensions and illuminated with, as always, with light of stolen suns, its streets ever filled with screams and agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became a scar on its appalling face, lost among thousands of vile blemishes. As long as pain pulsed in its blood-soaked spires, the insatiable and unshakable Komara continued its flight along the webway, with its unchanging ruler, the Cabal of the Black Heart, and the most dangerous Volkari vet. The fall of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest united Komara for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of humors. The fate of the Reaving Tempest reminded the Cabals nothing lasts forever in the Dark City save for the city. However, using a handle of sick feasting soon became to regret their rapacity. After rallying around Marazai, the surviving warriors of the Reaving Tempest delivered a surprise counterattack. Many of the plundering cabals lost so many fighters that they in turn became tempting prey to vultures. By throwing its bloody carrion to the scavengers, Reaving Tempest seized its chance to survive and return to its former strength. Leaving the Necron systems behind, the Star God eventually obliterated every tomb world of the ancient Xenos race. The old hatred of the Catan, betrayed by their deathless servants, whispered inside him. Following the destruction of Lethus, Rogue Trader Von Valancius directed part of its tithe towards restoring Cronus expanse worlds that suffer from Xenos heretics and horrors of the void. Many of them only survived thanks to that aid, although the broad gesture was meant with scant understanding by aristocrats. Some years later, worlds to which the tide of industry were struck by a ghastly disease came to know the Lethus curse. Whether it was truly related to the tithe or a mere attempt to slander the Expanse's protector forever remained a mystery. The voice of Voxmaster Vidrus. Hello, Grail! Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. We are wrapping up here. This is the credits, as it were. Long resounded on the Expanse, bringing hope and triumph, trumpeting the arrival of the merciful Rogue Trader. Known for her wisdom and acute understanding of the ship system, welcome, welcome. Over her long life, she taught many generations of future Voxmasters from the Ptolemy dynasty. Her body was built into the bridge itself. In times of need, her voice flowed through the Vox, dispelling disillusions and despair. After years of service, Raedvor was granted, despite his objections, the privilege of rest. Wise servants on the Omnisci implanted an augment in his brain that restored his ability to sleep. He never slept. Oh, God. Soon afterwards, something unprecedented happened aboard the ship. Master Helmsman overslept and missed the start of his watch, but his temper did become much more agreeable from then on. Hello, Grail. Nice to meet you. Yes, this is the WVPL 76, a community Twitch channel. I am but one of the streamers here. I have been streaming for about 5.5 hours, and hopefully these title cards end soon. I am doing well. Generous sought permission to retire. He said that his age had softened his heart, and that a more worthy, young, and assertive successor to take under his position. Yes, I protected the peasantry so much that the Imperium was just like, how about you stop that? We're coming for you. And then Nomos was just like, how about I build a wall? Yes, this was my first time playing. There was no shortage of candidates. Under all that fat, Janrik had a sentimental heart. He spared nothing for the orphans of those who had died serving the Rogue Trader. Children were given an excellent education and eager to serve the Von Valancius dynasty. Sireback served as Master at Arms for years, but eventually her zeal faded. It appeared that, having tried every form of violence in existence, she no longer derived out of any of them the joy that it once held. Humbly submitted her resignation and went back to her home on the capital world. Took up the position of warden of one of the capital world's hives and reconciled with her cousins, albeit only for a while. It was, at any rate, easy to overlook during gatherings of the capital world nobility, where Wisconsin would use an opportunity to have a ferocious row. After many years, Zachary Weiss mustered the courage to take personal apprentices again. He searched through the expanse for astropaths whose masters were harsh and cruel to them, and recruited them into his choir. He gathered a cast of talented men and women by his side, and was their guardian. Iconoclast with dogmatic secondary. Quite a heretical notion undertook many imperial worlds, known as hey, how about we respect people, you know, like give them a chance, you know, be nice to people. And everyone was just like, what? He gathered was died defending his wards from cursed words spewed from the Immaterium. Sealing the sound of those words in his mind, he preferred an honorable death to a repetition of shameful past mistakes. The former prefect was sentenced to tithe accounting duty for the rest of her life. I'm probably going to do some. I'm probably going to do a dogmatic playthrough and choose a few different options eventually. Sentenced to tithe accounting duty for the rest of her life. For several years, she inhabited a tiny room stacked with papers until one day she felt the life going out of her withered body. She assembled her few subordinates, meticulously handed over her various responsibilities. This completes the reading of the list. Rank 2 clerk in Scribia Vulture is hereby stepping down for death-related reasons. High Overseer Gregoris Vebos rendered his duties with zeal unfathomable to the common mind. Under his leadership, the penal world became a paragon of order and a place of incarceration that criminals feared more than death. Strock spent his final years in a small, damp room, disturbingly reminiscent of his jail cell. He declined every award and honor for his assiduous service and preferred solitude to any kind of company. The only exception was Solomorn, who visited his former supervisor whenever he had the chance. The contents of their conversations were unknown, but their outcome was the same every time, a gloomy and unmistakable mark of regret on each of the men's dour faces. Drivestream cared more about preserving the influence of his line than the well-being of the Protectorate. Lost in the governor's seats and the respect of his family. Within a few generations, one of the largest houses turned into an obscure family of petty aristocrats. Grapok missed the moment with her family. Missed the moment when her family, which had previously functioned like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart, racked by infighting among her distant relatives. They blamed Tyrannia for the disaster, soon splintered into warring factions and spent centuries locked in violent struggle, only occasionally punctured by futile attempts to reunite the house. Argenta and Abelard. Argenta go Bert, Abelard cut off his balls. Sauerbeck was loyal to the Rogue Trader to the last, despite all the rumors to the contrary. Finding little affection, there was a lot of Argenta going Bert. Amongst his subjects or family, he stayed true to himself and remained forthright, severe, and pious person. Strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt a justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. House Viserion served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses. Yet power and luxury can dull any blade, and now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Viserion. Viserion, granddaughter of Abelard and Chancellor, executed her duties irreproachably, and even found time to school younger generations of her family. She was equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Viserion. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes, Cabela was great. Janarus was great. That she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. Branches of Grepek and Viserion became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Astaria and Vincent. To the great sadness of the couple and the great amusement of the spiteful nobility, their marriage produced no children. Just like their ancestors, dedicated her life to service, crushed by the events that shook her stability of his house and his inability to produce an heir. Vincent lived in his wife's shadows. When the time came, he passed away without notice. Harlequin, known as Nocturne, visited the Expanse once again, sneaking underground. He came to Rogue Trader's palace and left in a case of Aldari crafting, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. Harlequin candidly warned him that he was drawing the Von Valancius Steiny into a deadly dance of shaking doom. All that will freeze within the threads, and then he promptly left. And not without reason. A few hours later, assassins of Dark City appeared, following his trail, and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Qual of the Black Heart. After months of searching, Dargoni's Wardens found the remains of Scalander on the lower levels of the Hive. Artifacts and records discovered beside him indicated that he had been compromised and was working for the Xenos. Confirmed the guilt of the deceased Inquisition agent and described in detail the torture he inflicted upon the poor soul to gain his obedience and loyalty. He also confirmed that Yurlet had found and killed his monkey toy. Yet few chose to believe the words of Cursinos, and thus the secret of the death of Scalander was never publicly known. Maeve's role as governor was as short as it was memorable. Incapable of turning down any common folk suffering under the oppression, she focused her effort on helping those in need, thus incurring the Urskar's wrath. False accusations of sorcery were concocted against the governor, and being uninitiated in the art of plotting and scheming, Wang brought into a trap. He took the young woman into his embrace, and all that remained of her memory was a handful of mournful songs hummed in secret by a few grateful commoners. Justice for Maeve. Old Malice did not risk returning to Komara, where the cult of Fatal Thirst was extracting vengeance on anyone who helped the Rogue Trader. He took to piracy, forming a crew from the remnants of the Reaming Tempest, rekindling his old thirst for battle. He seemed to shed a good 100 years off his age like a snakeskin. Savage deeds of Skadav witness on traumatized him forever. His architectural genius was shattered. Only the rare collections of true connoisseurs held his work, written in shaky hand footfall, the ultimate void station and mortuary. Secrets of the gene serial continent were laid bare. Waves of purges rolled across many worlds, and with enraged rabble and planetary guards massacring thousands of people whose appearance diverged from true human form. Most of them were, of course, ordinary, abject genetic misfits and luckless rejects, but their lives were a small price for the sector's purity. Having completed his last journey with the Lord Captain, Abelard, with the gracious permission of the Rogue Trader, left his post as seneschal and took over the helm of his large family, rose above the rivals, and was never again third. Even after their esteemed patriarch died decades later in his bed surrounded by his grieving loved ones. Many of these are slightly contradictory. Shining Memory was blighted only by rumors of the creeping madness in the twilight of his life. Many said they had seen the seneschal talking to someone unseen in a voice filled with unusual tenderness and sorrow. Argenta made no secret of the great respect and gratitude she felt toward the Lord Captain. Yet duty compelled her to leave the retinue. With the blessing of the Queens, he founded a minor order of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Order of the One Star. United around the Keeper of the Sacred Relic, its sisters protected the faithful from dangers lurking in the Expanse. The wider order and its courageous founder quickly became the heroes of legend, instilling hopes and inspiration in the hearts of Terra's faithful children. Yet the conflict between the Imperium and the head of Von Valancius could not but affect the younger order. Some sisters demanded Argenta denounce her former commander. Unable to choose between the order she had created and the person without whom she could not have completed her journey, she stepped down from her position and went into exile. Despite everything, love for her among the people of the Expanse only grew. Argenta would become a heroine of songs and tales for centuries to come, a radiant angel who would appear from the darkest hour to protect innocence from the forces of darkness. The Mercantum unlocked a sea of possibilities for Jay. She left the Caspelica mission and became an independent agent, choosing one's destiny as a unique gift that ordinary mortals would never dare dream of, but Jay is no ordinary mortal. Found new friends, skillfully danced along the knife's edge between trade and piracy, stole from the strong granted mercy to the weak, and even brought a couple of modest planets. She never ever betrayed herself. Half a century later, it was tragically cut short. A weak and little-known rogue trader dynasty led by a young and ambitious leader ambushed and captured Hidari in order to appropriate her wealth. Fleet strike was lightning fast. Hidari could not be saved. Died in the hands of her Okay, they're dying. Cabela of the Bloodspun Web guided her cult along its old paths, remained faithful to tradition. As before, cultists led ascetic lives and brought death to those who had been marked by the Undying One. However, nothing was unchanging. A momentous effect profoundly impacted the Bloodspun Web. Discovery and miraculous turn of Velociraptor, a card of the Emperor's Tarot. Vizier performed a reading, and the Emperor showed her a new goal: to put the Blessed Deck back together. Only in its entirety could it reveal the great and dark future that awaited the Bloodspun Web, Rather's portents, and the holy search commenced. With her newly acquired power and resources, Hidari expended a great deal of effort to put an end to the cult of the Bloodspun Web. What? The ease in which she sent after the spinners. After the spinners and spread damning propaganda, betrayed her strong vested interest. Many thought her actions reckless and expected her strike to be delivered before long, but it never came. With the cards of the Emperor's spread before her in the darkness, Belle performed one reading after another, but as much as it troubled her, she could not find no command to end the life of her brazen after. Thus the blade remained sheathed. Her own ship knew about the liaison between Cabela and her daemon, but they also knew that it would never turn into anything greater. Cabela grew distant and contended with her role as her beloved's bodyguard in keeping her feelings contained. Their own heart was painful decision. She saw another path. Oh! Ibris was low fed. He went on to become the outstanding bridge officer and true Void Wolf. He visited many stars and never set on his name at Dargonis or saw his family again. Former interrogator of Order Xenos took the mantle of Lord Inquisitor after his mentor's death, receiving both the Inquisitor Rosette and the duty of defending the sector from enemies of the enemy. Became new warden. On the instance of mass destruction, announced a crusade against the many heresies. With no regard for the lives lost and mercy of the smallest offenders, he purged the region with fire and sword. Thousands of fanatics under his banner. When he came to end, led by a massive retinue of acolytes, one of them assumed his mentor's mantle when these fell, fighting unknown Xenos in the galactic south of the Expanse. Despite the scandalous rumor about a love affair between the rogue trader, Cassia continued to accompany her lover among the stars. Their love was like a candle flame, warm, tumultuous, insatiable, and quickly extinguished. Oh! When Cassia took the throne as a navigator, love gave way to duty. Some praised their doomed love over grasses of Amazon, while others cursed it and spat disgust. Even after entering an arranged dynastic marriage and passing on her precious genes, and in contact with the only person she had ever fully loved to her dying day. In her journeys with the rogue trader, Cassia experienced all the hardships, the lights of the galaxy. The invaluable experience and the new knowledge helped her conquer her fears and accept herself and her powers. The navigator became Novator of the house, tasked with wrestling consequences of Thistophone's rule, and chaos followed in her disappearance. The duration of her reign, she patiently worked on uniting the feuding branches, forging alliances, and expanding the influence. Sorry Atlas, which contained the memories of Thistophone, lost its power. House once again had to rely on skill alone in many lost their lives, but those who survived the crisis became hardened veterans and pillars of the house. Most of the fortunate souls were brave, young, brave, too few among them old and wise. Lived several more years after the Rogue Trader's grand campaign. Despite her short life, she left behind many legends and tales of adventures of Lord Captain's service, the terrible warp phenomena she manifested. At a time when preparing to accept her fate, she found guidance when she least suspected in the wisdom of the Bloodspun Web. Words of Vizier Cabela who had come to know death better than any mortal soul, helped Edra look for a future, not with regret, but without fear. For many years afterwards, there was an empty table in the common area of the officer's deck and an intricate labyrinth carved into the tabletop. None of the crew sat at that table out of respect for the quiet and candid conversations once shared with a psyker and servant of the undying emperor. Shortly after her death, Idra vanished from her post. Jay disappeared with her. When Jay returned many cycles later, she declared Idra's last day had been full of joy and adventure, and that her greatest pleasure had been watching the Void Whales play. And announcing this how many more of these are there? Amarant Collective instilled terror in the hearts of those who revered the theorems of purity but gave hope to others. Another gathering, after gathering its disciples and recruiting servo soldiers from vassal planets, it ventured to the worlds of the Screaming Vortex and the Infernal Forges of Dark Mechanicus. This march of reindoctrination was meant to seize the stolen secrets of the Omnissiah from the hands of the heretics, temper the cult in the final battle, and transform it into a tool for eradication and comprehension. The fleet disappeared into darkness, and only rare echoes of its aftermath was ever intercepted. Hanneman continued service of the Amarant Collective. Unity of 5 companion minds, he rediscovered the joy of direct cognitive communication, unmarred by inborn otherness. While outwardly silent, he was joyfully describing the images, concepts, and ideas that the Omnissiah revealed with him. Fulfilling his function, he overflowed with the exaltation of efficiency. Yearlit lost faith in her kin, who had followed the blind farseers like obedient cattle. She accompanied the road trader for a time, but her time among the monkey only made her feel more alone, revealing that to her that humans were bereft of strong spirit and will. And disappeared and reappeared again in the Expanse many years later as leader of a fleet of Eldardi Corsairs, who soon been well versed in the tactics of the Imperium. Anthar remained at the ranks of the Adeptus of Arbites, saying ever more from the letter of law in favor of its spirit. On one occasion, several years later, he refused to collect the tithe from one of the fringe worlds, as it would have condemned his people to death by starvation. However, the Protector's long-standing ties with the Red Trader, Marshall decided not to take the risk of having the Freethinker executed. Instead, he sent Solomon on an impossible mission, thereby spelling his death sentence. Abelard and Solomon spent most of their infrequent meetings playing regicide, to which the Seneschal had introduced the Proctor, meticulously recorded by Abelard's adjunct. The games soon found their way into collections of the best ones ever played in the Expanse, and were later referenced by many a noble regicide aficionado. The way First Officer Viserion passed away before he could finish the last match is in a long series of draws. Solomon attended the funeral in full dress regalia and placed a regicide piece in his grave. Duty demanded Magus Hanneman and Marshal Anthar part ways. During the last meeting, Pascal made a few final modifications to the Velida's design, increased his service life several-fold. Whether the gift had any impact on Solomon is uncertain, but on more than one occasion, having his faithful dog by his side would turn out to be a salvation even on the darkest of days. Malrazi, who added the title of Voidfarer to his name, returned to Kumara, to the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, which has survived persecution against all odds and waited to become his rightful master. The Archon, despite rumors connecting him to the death of the leader of Cabal Blackheart, gained Vex's favor and respected Dark City, destroying and absorbing several smaller claws, rose once again to its glory. Name resounded through the Expanse once more. His gang had intercepted Viserion ships. Her head was delivered to Abelard with a note informing him that a gift from the old acquaintance in remembrance of our glorious past. Grief sent him on a 6-year-long hunt for this. Fuck you, Marazi! Alright. After joining the Stormbiters, soon became pack leader, taking the place of Thorvald, who met an honorable and new leader, sent a message to Fenris and his intention to remain in the Expanse. There were too many enemies yet lurking in the hunting grounds that deserved the Allfather's wrath. Legends paved the pack in gold. Years later, found a battle in which he could meet an honorable death, but the warp was suddenly torn asunder, and ships from Fenris bearing the mark of the wolf came to the head. Saved from the battlefield by his loyal companion Halbarat, Ulfar accepted the honors of the Dreadnought and was entombed in sacred armor. Oh, he turned into a Dreadnought. During the blessed ritual, he cursed and demanded to be left to his death, but his brothers merely answered with mirthful laughter. When he recovered his senses, led his full forces to the heathen stars, the Allfather gave him a new mission and a near-death vision. No one in the Expanse had heard word of the Space Wolves since their departure, yet many believe that one day they will return. That's a little sad. It is rumored that the true case of Thorvald Ironhide's demise was treachery. This superior enemy, Space was called on knowledge for help, but nearby squadron withdrew. Blood debt to Amunet is not forgotten. No, he just got turned into a dreadnought. Such was the echo of the deeds of the Rogue Trader. Deeds that transformed the Crown's Expanse for events even more darker and violent. But those are the events that have destroyed. This one has come to an end. Hey! Well, that is a thing that happened. Holy hell. This has been a crazy, crazy, crazy journey. This was an amazing game. Do I wish I could have done things a little differently? A little. But that's what another playthrough is for. They are no. The dreadnoughts are made of almost dead people. Kept in stasis and spurred into a state of almost life to pilot the machine. Hey Maddex, Maddex, what do you do if they're all dead? Go through their chains, go through their pockets, and look for loose change. This was a great game. I have no idea what I'm going to play next. I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to play next. I do. I also need to get to work early so that I can get a guy out in time. You know what? Let's skip the credits. Well, there we go. I probably won't touch this until more DLC is out. No, I seriously have no idea what I'm going to play next. This has consumed me for a while. I guess there's only one thing to do, and that's to hail Cargonia, and I'll see you next week, guys. Pathfinder? Maybe. I'll see y'all later. Thanks for stopping on by. Grail, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. This has been a fantastic game. I'll see you guys later. Toodles.
Hold on. Land of stolen things, obey the quartermaster, unless he's a ling. Miners don't die today.
get back to work.